Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, what's up, Nathan?
Hey,
Guy?
Nathan.
Guy. Radio check, Nathan. Radio check.
Can you hear me okay?
Give me a little bit more than 2 words.
Check 1, 2. Coming in. Checking if I'm okay.
You're okay. A little bit
that's good to
low,
know.
but you usually spruce up during the show. I got your short posted. I mirrored it. And in mirroring it, I had to download it. And while downloading it, I ran into friggin' virus trap.
Okay.
So thanks.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
On that topic, will we this evening be having a reading of the Athenian prayer?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's right out the gate. Yes, sir. Get Ballbusters in the bullpen.
Quite pleased with it because it is, for the most part, fairly accurate in describing doctrine.
Yeah.
You're getting behind it now, QA, mate, you know.
All right, where'd she go? Okay, there she is. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we got, is it 2 minutes? Got 2 minutes. Catch you guys on the other side.
Right.
How are you, Adam? You okay?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good.
All good?
All set for Christmas, are you?
Yeah. Wife's been working really hard.
Been having the same. That's pointed out to me as well. The kid's excited.
I did my little Santa thing. I went to the pound shop and bought about a bazillion little stocking fillers.
Brilliant.
Nothing's a pound anymore. Outrageous.
I know. Poundish.
Yeah, well, not even that.
Yeah, volume is all important at that age.
Exactly, that's why I do it.
Really.
I did it when Eleanor was a couple of years old, and it's just become like a tradition that on like 2 or 3 days before Christmas, I'll nip down to the pound shop and get about a bazillion, come back with an enormous sack full of Christmas Santa presents for the stockings.
Cool.
There are little ears in the earshot. I shouldn't really be saying that, should I?
Oh, you don't hold the myth.
Can you hear me in there? You can? Oh, great. Oh.
She's now expecting a bazillion. You're going to disappoint her.
She doesn't know what bazillion. She's 4.
She knows bazillion is more than 4. So... I'm at the age now where they're going, can we have a lay-in Christmas morning? You know how they used to get you up at stupid o'clock? Mine are now asking for a lay-in, and can we start later? We do it presents early afternoon.
You got teenagers now?
Yeah, 19. Yeah, 19 and 17. They're about.
Oh, well, that makes sense. They're not your kids anymore, are they? They're both fully grown adults.
Yes, they'll always be my kids.
I know.
You try and take them away.
They'll always be your babies and all that, but they're not. They're both fully grown adults by the sounds of things.
Oh, the little one, or the youngest, he's massive, mate. He's right into bodybuilding. He was drunk last week, and I was trying to get him out of the car, and he was telling me he loved me, squeezing me. Nearly broke my arm. It's not.
He's going to be tall, and he's
No.
buff. Like he's tall because you're tall, right? But he's also buff.
Yeah.
I don't want to meet him.
No, he's absolutely huge, just a pile of muscles. So, yeah, which is not good for when you're carrying him home because he's legless. Having done shots of vodka at 17 days.
Is this still the pre-show?
We're about, yeah, I assume it's probably started, but we've got ages, haven't we? We might try.
Nathan, I sent you an invite to my restream, so when you want to go over it, just let me know.
Thank you very much.
Sound check. I did.
You're an admin, so you can add your own channels and everything. But I'll talk you through it. You know, when we speak about it.
Right.
We just had a very good conversation. Me, Matt, Simple Hatman, and Michael.
Okay.
And we was hoping to set up a weekly thing for back office. You know, FED, Neil.
Causing that ruckus.
I don't know what time would be best for you, Nathan, but if we could meet for an hour once a week to talk about back office stuff, that would be really useful. You know, with the ideas we've got.
Yeah, sure. When? What day?
You want the show to grow, right?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, we were thinking Saturdays, maybe early afternoon, but there's a poll in Element. I've invited you to the new room. It's called Back Office. And it's just because I'm involved in so many channels now. I just need one hub where everyone talks about back office stuff. Because, you know, there's the Hammers stuff, Michael stuff, Paula stuff, my own shows I want to do. And now Neil wants to do a channel. So it's just easier just to have the one space with everything on there.
Cool.
It just
I think
make
one of
it
your
just
accounts you
makes
logged in
me
with Google or maybe Facebook. So that's probably the easiest one for you to use, you know, the Element account.
just irritates me that these cats have 900 people listening. I don't even want to talk about them, and what we talk about is needs to be heard. Needs to be heard broad and wide.
You wrote that letter to the pastor yet, Neil?
Now he's got to sort out his new phone first. First things first, Adam.
Before
He's
he can
door
even...
dashing all the while. He hasn't got a
And we're
spare
off.
hour with me.
As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Welcome to Ballbusters, episode 114, baby. The Weight. Went down to Nazareth, feeling just half past dead. You feeling me? Fanny. Let's head over to Discord, see if the distinguished Nathan Oakley, the poet, is in the house. Distinguished Nathan Oakley, sir.
Hello, good to be here. Thank you for mirroring that, by the way.
You're welcome.
Well, good to be here. Let's get on with it.
That depends. Oh, Brian is here. Thanks for showing up, Brian.
It's the least I could do.
I appreciate that. What's happening? Potato trees got frost on them or something?
No, we're having a very warm winter here. Very warm. I'm actually sweating from
It's
a bit
not-
of activity outdoors. Yeah.
It's not winter yet.
Maybe it'll come next year.
Oh. Yeah. I just want to say, just recognize my sacrifice today, because this is the last day that has any semblance of niceness for the foreseeable future. So I had to squeech on out there and put some arrows down range earlier today. So, but the rest of the afternoon is going to be beautiful. But I got to be here. See, that's dedication and discipline.
By niceness, do you mean opportunity to shoot things?
Yes.
Yeah, just
Yeah. This is the last one. It's absolutely gorgeous outside, and it's gonna circle the drain starting tonight, and then all next week it's gonna be freezing. Still, winter has not started yet.
When's the first day, technically? The 22nd of December?
December 21st, for goodness sakes.
That's when winter starts.
Correct.
So it is winter then.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, it is.
See?
I was thinking it was like the before the 21st. Then I looked down and I said, "Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that, Brian."
Brian, I got your back. You're always right.
Shut up, Neil.
Full support, and when it's winter and when it's not
Thanks, Neil.
winter.
how can you even simp there? Oh my God.
Right, I
Don't
need to-
worry about it. I'll figure a way out.
Need to
It
have
was
a word.
fantastic,
Right.
Neil.
So there's already been some dissemination in the ranks as a result of this. So at the beginning of last week, or this week, whatever you want to look at it as, Monday, I did a little call to action and suggested that my mods followed a certain style of moderation, and I gave a couple of examples and discussed it with Righteous Force, and then instructed them all to watch and do as follows, which they all dutifully did. But then one of the things that got a timeout was actually a super chat that was saying "shut up, Neil," right? Because that directly falls in line with my instructions to the moderators. You know, don't allow people to abuse the mods, don't allow people to abuse the panel. Yet here we are on a live stream telling Neil to shut up, generally being abusive to Neil. It's all a big in-joke, but it sets a bad example. Would you not agree?
Who said we're joking?
Shut up, Nathan.
Shut up, Arwin.
Hey, Neil.
I'm just saying we should be a little bit more respectful, not just to Neil, but
All right.
to each other in general.
Well, if he stops simping for Brian, we won't need to point out every time he simps for Brian that he's simping for Brian.
Don't be jealous.
I didn't say I wasn't jealous, did I? I didn't say I wouldn't mind a bit of simping.
Oh, is that why he was
You said-
projecting me having favouritism for refracted curvature when it's actually Neil simping for Brian? Is that what I just heard? Clearly not. Obviously, I just imagined that.
I simp for anybody who's correct.
I mean, that sentence needs addressing, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. I've heard you simp many a time for Brian, and then you have to unsimp.
See,
When he
you
cl-
think Brian let that structural support go, but I know Brian.
In about a year's
Why would you
time,
need?
right, Brian will get superior praise for things like that. If you imagine for just a moment us praising Arwin and Sleeping Warrior for debating about gravity for about a year straight on every single show, well, now that's a distant but still painful memory. They get high praise for it because it yielded fruit, didn't it? Yeah. I then praise the, you know, I'm not going to be rude, but the smarter amongst us, like Adam and like Dr. John D and QE, who then, after the fact, summarise that with about less than a week's worth of discussion to come to the conclusion that it's a second order effect of entropy that was scientifically validated with assistance from QE to Sleeping Warrior for him to validate it at the end of that year-long discussion. So they get high praise now, right? Don't they? Well, Brian will get that too when he's gone through things like structural support. You know, who was right and wrong in the Arwin/Sleeping Warrior discussion is completely forgotten about. What we remember is the
No, it
progress that
isn't.
gets made, not how wrong Brian is.
Well, it's
So
not forgotten.
on that.
Hello.
Yeah,
Talking about me.
Yeah, let me introduce you, Arwin. There's a compliment here. Give me a second. But today's topic is weight, and Arwin's been dealing with it for a week or so, and I was busy today. I always kind of listening. For some reason, he's being heavily addressed on this topic by a lot of trolling. I just want to say, fantastic addressing of it, Arwin, and explanations today. I thought you did really well, mate.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it just won't go away. Like, I'm kind of sick of the subject, but it's just people keep getting it wrong again, and it's even flat earthers or guys that I think were flat earthers hang around. They just keep getting it wrong, and they're like, no, that gas definitely has weight. Look at this, look at that, and like, yeah, I already explained literally what you're explaining and addressed it in detail, and it just can't hear it. I don't understand.
I don't understand why you're so quiet in Discord and so overbearingly distorted in G+, but these are the things that we have to ponder, don't we?
Oh, I am? Oh, okay, I'll get closer.
Only for me. But I mean, I am recording this.
Have you turned him down on Discord, Nathan, because he's sometimes loud or
No,
no
he's at
personal?
full volume. He's at 100%. Anyway, let's not do this.
Yeah.
I worked it in as a jape.
Right, but I wanted to reference the whole
Um,
gravity thing. Hold on. Thanks for the compliment, though, Adam. But with the gravity thing, no, I haven't forgotten it, and I don't feel embarrassed about it because I simply was holding what I was doing to another standard, and I basically didn't understand legally the scientific method standard and how that's connected to physics. It wasn't really clear to me at the time.
What do you
And
mean
I'm still
legally?
very much backing the reasoning that I had at the time. But of course, it's kind of folly compared to having a scientific physics-based standard. And so I simply stepped up. That's what it's like to me.
What do you mean legally?
There's a difference there.
Why did you say legally? Sorry, Adam. Why did you say legally?
Because of the legal implications of understand.
Okay.
It's like I basically didn't recognize it. I didn't see it. Like, yeah, doesn't matter to me. Like,
Well,
I'm.
is this a language thing? When you say
don't understand in
Hold on a
court, you're
second.
basically saying like, yeah,
Let me
I'm
just
not
ask you something.
giving
We can
recognition.
move on if I can just ask a question. When you say legally, are you sort of referring to what we refer to as laws of nature? When you say legally, are you like, is that the context that you mean, as opposed to in law?
Well, it was legal language.
Am I missing something here?
Understand in that context.
Why was it legal language?
Yeah, I'm lost.
I'm completely lost now. Anybody care to fill us in? What
Let
the
me
hell?
move it.
I'm
Let me-
sorry. I thought that we had discussed this many times
I
about how
understand.
Let me just move it on
Wow.
and bring it to Brian, if I can. Was a difference with what Owen and Tony were doing, Sleeping Warrior. We were getting actually disseminated a hell of a lot of information as that discussion, and I think respectfully, as Owen probably admit, as Owen learnt a bit, and therefore you heard him change his position. The arguments what we're talking about with Neil simping for Brian is me and a few others having very, very minute issues with the Socratic method, arguing over definitions of words and how we use them to prevent misunderstanding. They're, I think, slightly different things if you look at these. Because what Brian's describing is fine. We just had an issue with that particular word because it could mean something else. So I think they're what we're getting to now at this stage, if you look at it, is a much more nuanced level of argument, as opposed to stuff where we're actually really learning anything directly. It's a higher, to me, it's a higher quality argument amongst us.
What's it in regards to? It's gravity, right? The overarching opponent's position that's being discussed in that regard is gravity, correct?
Which opponent?
If we're talking about Brian structural support and what argument would we contextualize around that discussion, it would be gravity, would it not?
That was
Well,
buoyancy.
yeah,
It's like the
we're looking
Newtonian
at.
yeah.
hypothetical, right?
It comes
Right.
down to weight and buoyancy. Yeah, it comes down to weight and buoyancy, and how we define them, and how we claim they're caused, and what's actually going on. It's more like just trying to describe what's actually going on. And I take it on the chin that the word structural wasn't going to work with gases. I take it on the chin. I could take that on the. I did everything I could, even had chocolates help, everything to try and wrangle around it, and there was just no way out of that one. But as Adam said, the basic descriptions of what I was describing, was in opposition to what they call gravity and how they claim weight is creating buoyancy, when it's actually more that weight is an effect of buoyancy. So buoyancy determines how much down something or whatever will have, and it depending on the buoyancy, the density of the medium, etc. Blah blah blah. But it was gravity. It's basically taking away the whole force of gravity nonsense and
Right.
how they explain it. Well, actually, how they don't even explain it anymore because they're always starting to wash their hands of force of gravity. But anyway,
Well, you've summarised the bit that I was going. You sort of tailed off with the bit that I was going to focus on, which is to say our opponents don't have anywhere to go with gravity anyway. It's not like this is a point of discussion when Adam's trying to explain that we're talking about a nuanced part of a very specific argument. This isn't like, it's not comparable to Arwin and well, I'm going to speak on their behalf in this regard, only by my own experience at the time. That there may have been a little bit of sleep loss about whether or not we're right or wrong about very fundamental aspects of our argument at that stage in debate. Now, by comparison, we're talking about, when we say, oh, Brian's wrong, we're like, that could even be wrangled into, no, he wasn't wrong if you chose to be a bit weaselly, which you're not. But you're not losing sleep over whether or not this is going to win or lose a gravity argument at the end of it. It's very nuanced, as Adam says. That's the point I was trying to drive at. And why is it that way? Well, because the actual argument for gravity is long gone. It's been, almost disavowed by its own side in some respects. The people who do still stand by it have to wrap themselves up in doublespeak nonsense that even their own side must be scratching their head over. So it's like I say, we're not losing sleep over this. We're just sharpening that already very, very sharp tool through semantics.
Sword. And like I said, I asked the question, well, who's this against? And I said, it depends on who you're talking about, because one side is the anti-flat earthers and the other side is the incoherent dielectric accelerators. So this is a double-edged sword.
Oh, I'll put them into categories. I'll go get my notepad. Did you hear the other 2 or 3 days ago? I came with categories for them all. I'll go and get it. 1 second.
Good.
just want to say that while Nathan, just to fill in the day there, while Nathan's getting what he needs to get, is that tonight's presentation doesn't just debunk a force of gravity, it also debunks, inadvertently or by association, general relativity. We can go into more why that is, or I can expand on that if needed, but it does do that. And obviously, the second part of the presentation is going to completely debunk dielectric acceleration. So it's kind of a treat
presentation today.
Yeah.
Oh, this is that presentation that you've been reminding us for weeks on end. Of course it is.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Nathan.
I just had a bit of a brain fart. You've been reminding us so much. It's, when you say a word over and over again and suddenly it loses all meaning? It's a bit like that when you get too many reminders of something. And in this instance, it's like, obviously I'm here. Not that I need to be. I'm not doing anything other than co-hosting, right? But it's just a bit of a brain fart moment when you're reminded of something so much that you're like, didn't we do that already? Anyway, sorry.
That's all for the pre-production meetings then, right? I guess that shows you that they don't happen.
That's not true. I was here 10 minutes before the show started. We did a sound check.
Yeah, that was pre-production sound check. That's it.
We were stepping all over Brian. I was
fair-
going to interrupt to ask him if he was actually doing a presentation, which I now know is a stupid question, but we've just walked all over him. Sorry, Brian.
I wasn't starting straight away anyway, Nathan. I was just filling in while you were going off to get what you wanted to get, the categories.
Perfect, because I've got my notepad now. Right, the order of this is in order of what you'd find if you were to search the subject we're generally going to include in this list. And you'll see what I mean generally, because it's quite broad in that regard, right? So at number 1, as in if you were to just go to YouTube and you're searching about this subject in regards to a star or a planet or something like that, right? That first category is just straight up globe believer, so a normie, right? He's going to do a search on YouTube and he's just going to come across some mainstream guy that we've probably never even heard of, because he's just straight up delivering the mainstream raw rhetoric without any tarnish from any of the other categories. Yeah, it's that guy that's just talking about his delight in a picture from Earth from space or something like that. Yeah, that's a normie or globe believer, category 1. Now, category 2 is a fundy globe zealot or anti-flat earther. So again, if you're doing research on YouTube and you happen to make it a little bit more refined in respect to what we do, the first thing that you'll definitely come across is your Simon Dans, your Professor Dave Explains, your Dave McEgan's, your fundy globe zealot, otherwise known or fondly labelled by us as anti-flat earther. So that's the second thing that you'll get on the search if you do a search in YouTube. Right, number 3 is old guard FE or old school flurf, which I'm going to relabel. Right now, we would be bandied in this category, but we're trying to divorce ourselves from that at the moment. But I'm going to relabel what was formerly known as flat earther as anti-glober, because that's what they are. All they're doing is regurgitating their wise and wonderful understanding of globe and how it doesn't work. Well, that's an anti-glober, but they're the people being called flat earthers, strictly speaking, just regurgitators of the Feast of Nonsense. But an anti-glober is what you'll find, third down the list. In other words, you'll find Simon Dan before Witsit Gets It or Jaren, but you'll find Jaren before you'll find category 4, maybe on the list. But category 4 sits below the Jarens and the Dave Weisses because they're their followers, which are the category 4 flat earth believers. That is to say, all the people that you'll see being put on the spot with some crazy cameraman going, "So you think the earth's flat?" "Yeah." "Well, why?" "Well, because I've got a really open mind and I've seen a million videos on YouTube." That's a flat earth believer, right? Now, a flat earth believer will also, in terms of your YouTube search, throw up your average Tartaria and ether and conspiracy nonsense about 9/11. That'll definitely be coming before us as well. So before us in the searches, you get globe believing nonsense, you get anti-flat earther nonsense. Then if you maybe think you're getting to flat earth, you get anti-glober nonsense. And then you might even think you're getting to flat earth a bit closer, but really you're getting conspiratard, act realm, flat earth believer nonsense. And then at category 5, in case you hadn't guessed already, it's what I've tried to redefine with a yet to be cemented term, which is new flat earther. I just couldn't think of anything else when I wrote the list, which is us. As in, we actually talk about flat earth. That's us.
Well, we're not new flat earthers. We're just flat knowers. There's a difference.
We're just flat earthers. We're the actual ones. It sounds very special too. I just say no, the rest of just think they're flat earthers because they're regurgitating something they saw. We know it's flat. We're the actual.
Could we
flat
be
earthers.
described as Gnostic flat earthers?
Oh, I'm sure Neil's gonna love that.
I'm sure he would. That's part of the. It isn't. Or okay, take that religious connotation, but it's someone who knows the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's where I want to get into the title. But the problem with just flat earther, because that's strictly speaking correct, which is why I've never had an objection to the term. In the face of all the nonsense from the anti-flat earthers originally, like Tim Osman, and right up to the current day trolley Bev types. I don't care that you call me a flat earther. Earth is flat, and there's nothing wrong with that Socratically, as we're discussing that. So why don't I object to it when the nonsense that surrounds it is getting worse and worse? Well, that does kind of depress me and make me want to separate ourselves somehow. But with the exception of category 1, which is just globe believer looking for you know, I don't know, maybe he's looking for the moon landing footage. But there's a good chance that if he does type that, he will get to category 2 anti-flat Earth stuff presented to him on YouTube these days. You know, he might still get Simon Dan if he's looking for the moon landing to assure him that it's not been faked or something. You know what I mean? But with the exception of category 1, your globe believer, every other category could be coming under the search heading of flat Earth. In other words, old school anti-globers, formerly known as flurfs. Anti-flat earthers definitely come in when you type flat Earth. New flat earther, as I've called them, us. We might not actually come up on the list.
Yeah, but Nathan, the way to do it is that, first of all, John says it all the time. There's no debate anymore. What's the point of contention? So you really should change it to FEE, Flat Earth Education. Hello.
That's
I
no
would
difference.
I
What's
would
the point
category
of
them different.
distinguishment?
It's a process as opposed to...
Never
Sorry, Andy.
change brand
Well,
names.
well,
Never.
no, but you've been spouting it for a while. Yeah, I don't. You have confidence in it now because instead of in the past where, if you think about the tours, there was the Globe Lite tour because people didn't want to try and make this statement. We could disprove the globe. We have been doing, but what we have been doing for the past couple of years, providing flat Earth proofs, and we now have the knowledge. And I know I said it knockingly, yeah. That is gnosis. That's what it is. It's to have the knowledge that it's flat. Now, I don't think necessarily those other categories that you're referring to, Nathan, have the knowledge.
Yeah, it just
it's
sounds
flat.
poncy.
Measured. I
flat.
know, but that's
Yeah,
the
but-
point
but-
of distinguish. That's the point of distinguishment, isn't it? In category 5, those people in category 5 have the knowledge and are able to demonstrate the Earth is flat. Not necessarily demonstrate that it's not a globe, but demonstrate it's flat and prove it's flat.
Sure. But
Well,
I just want to drop this
Go
in
on.
just because it was spoke over earlier. But measured flat earther is similar to flat earth gnostic. It's a bit pretentious. There we go.
yeah,
Brian.
no. The category 1, globe believers, fine. Category 2, right, anti-flat earthers. They are globe believers who are willing to change the official rhetoric at the drop of a hat and make up their own versions, right? So they're not, they're anti-flat earthers, but really they're anti-globers. That's how I view them. I remember me and Chocolate both wanting them to be called the anti-globers because they're outside the canon of the heliocentric paradigm. But whichever. Category 3 and 4, I think, are the same thing, which is the David Weisses and the followers of David Weiss and Jaron and all them. Same thing. They're just flat earth believers, right? Then there's the next category, which is us, who I would consider as flat earth knowers. Hashtag flat knower. Like, I don't have to go into any other nonsense. I don't need any conspiracy theories. I don't need anything to jazz it up. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I don't need to do any of those things. I just accept that it is what it is. That's how it's measured. That's how it's navigated. I can prove it. That's it. Right? I don't know what the stars are, etc. Right?
But you don't
I think there's another
Hold
category
on,
after
Owen.
that.
Can you hear him?
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
another category after that, right? And I think that Bev and them sit in that category because they don't make a claim about the Earth as a whole being globe, flat, anything. They purely just work off of one thing, and that's level is horizontal. That's the basics of what they work off of. And so they kind of say they're more nuanced than even we are. So I would say we'd be found even before Bev would be found, to be quite honest with you. Bev would be the last port of call that someone will find. That's what I reckon.
Why does Bev
Because
troll us? I don't get it. Is it because we haven't divorced ourselves enough from the category that is associated with flat earthism and conspiratardism that Bev feels the need to troll us? I don't really follow. Or does he see us as competition or something? I don't really get it.
Yes, he's jealous.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm just saying that I reckon that he's the kind of him and the Try Thinking group are the nuance outside of. Are very much a nuanced group that sit even outside of us. So I reckon that they'd be the last category you'd find.
Fair enough.
They're retards.
Was I heard Flatsy.
Super chat.
Super fluid.
It's Roger Ledwell. Dan made Nathan a new video. It's true love. There you go.
I've heard several
Nathan.
people tell me that Dan's made a video about me, but nobody has given me any argumentation from it. So when I see a comment, Dan destroyed you in his latest video, I'm like, what, so concisely that you can't give me a rendition of the argument? Surely you can concisely parrot it off in a comment. You know what I mean? It's like, no, Dan made a video. Okay, that's all that means though, doesn't it? Unless somebody can actually pony up an argument he presented in his video. Maybe it was just a stack of ad homs.
Fair enough. Yeah, so that last category are retard hecklers. So
Well,
go ahead.
Before you invent a new one, I'm only bothered about the category I sit in. Brian said the same thing. He used the same word, which is to know, right? So that's the point of distinguishment
That's not what
that
he
I'm
said.
quite proud about.
Not what he said. He said
Still said it's about
he
knowing
said,
it.
no. It's like to gnaw on things. Right? It sounds
Hey,
horrible in Irish.
That it? So we got all the categories. So and
No,
Well, the
I've
problem
got
is obvious.
a
To an
bit with
Englishman,
Nathan.
it's to know, as Adam quite eloquently put. Whereas in various other accents, it's like I say, it's to know, or to know, or to, you know.
All right, so now it's make fun of Brian's
No.
brogue.
Anybody who's not, you know, who's not saying it correctly. I'm just saying there's a potential for Gnostic to be seen as extremely pretentious and Noah to just sound garbled. So I don't like it. I don't know. Immediately off the cuff, I just don't like it. Noah, yeah, it also
I
has a
don't
ring
like
of
your one.
arrogance. Even if you do say it correctly, it's got a ring of arrogance of it that just doesn't sit nicely with me.
Just
I
keep
like
it
it.
flat earther.
What's wrong with arrogance?
Rigid flat earther.
Shouldn't
Yes,
we
flat
be
earther.
arrogant? Look up the word arrogant.
I know what
You've got to
arrogant
be
means.
right.
I know what arrogant means.
So you've got to be right. We have the right to be arrogant about this fact.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but
What?
should we
I
not
think
be...
it's more we have the right to be confident and say that with we can if we can
Yeah,
say that
that's
with
a better way
confidence,
to
and we
say
can.
it.
Yeah, we can say it with confidence. We don't need to even term ourselves as arrogant. We can say it with confidence. I can say with confidence to anyone that Earth is measured flat, and I can show and prove it several
that's right.
different ways.
I agree.
And they can't disprove it.
There's a confidence in the statement and label when you say measured flat earther as opposed to flat earth knower, because there's many interpretations flat earth knower, because the category that we sit in is flat earth along with all the Simandans. So what we know all about this subject matter, because that's how it's viewed, a subject matter. When you say measured flat earth, it's got a specific statement about it that isn't arrogant. It's a statement of fact, and there's a confidence in it as opposed to an arrogance in it when you say flat earth Gnostic. Oh right, what the fuck does that mean?
I don't agree with that.
Second the motion, Nathan.
I like measured flat
I'm
earth.
totally with Adam.
It's poncy. It's not that it's arrogant. It's flat earth Gnostic. It's a bit poncy. It's
I said that first, but most people won't know what Ponce is.
When
And it's
you
actually...
say
Yeah, like
measured
I was
flat
just gonna
Earth,
ask.
somebody's going to say, yeah, well, you measured flat Earth? How big is it?
What's Ponzi mean?
How big is it? Hold on. Within the statement, Neil, I love it. It's already generated exactly what I wanted. Within the statement, am I inferring a scale or size when I say flat? Measured flat. How does that suggest in any way that I'm going to offer you what you asked for? Boob. Next.
It's not. Ponzi. What's that mean?
Ponce. Look it up. Then let's not talk about it on the show.
Oh, brother. So, is this a category naming show?
Hell yeah!
Let me.
So wait,
Yeah, this is the Flatonomy
this-
show.
wait. When you say measured
true.
flat Earth, you're saying when you say flat after measured, it takes it away from somebody saying, well, then how big is it?
Measured flat. Flat as an aspect, isn't it, Neil? If you're saying something's measured flat, You go, well, how big it is? Well, it's flat. That's how we've measured it as being flat. Yeah. Well, how big? I don't know. I haven't measured that
I
aspect
got
of
you.
it.
Yes.
There is the slang of the word ponce, which we will stay away from, but the term poncy, when you use it, would mean ostentatious or pretentious.
All right.
So that's all it is. But I don't see there's anything wrong with it being that. With it, there's nothing wrong with clay. It's not necessarily something I'd force, but realistically, that's the differential. You're at the point where the subcategory Nathan's defined is people have the knowledge and the ability to prove, it's flat, not just it's not a ball, or just they believe it's flat. They can prove it's flat.
Yes.
Ponzi is like, if you imagine a pimp, obviously a pimp's got plenty of money and can buy all the nice modern clothes, so they're going to look of the moment, but their threads aren't quite, there's something not quite right about it. They're almost too flash. You know what I mean? Well, that's Ponzi. So where, I don't know, maybe in America it's different, and you look at somebody like that and go, wow, look how flash that guy is. Here we go, what a ponce. If you're walking down a high street in Armani that's too well tailored, people go, look at that, what a ponce.
You got it. Thanks. I got it with ostentatious and pretentious, though. But thanks for the example.
Yeah, I wasn't directing it. You got an audience. Now you've made it seem like I'm trying to condescend to the audience. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I like flat.
Hey,
I like that.
It means talking down to you.
Go ahead. The stranger voice. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was gonna ask Brian if hey
Man, that's
how you guys
John.
doing? Yeah. I was gonna say, Brian, this weight argument, is it gonna apply to the upward rising earthers as well? I heard you mention Einstein.
Well, yeah, it will. I mean, I can expand on that. I won't be addressing that directly, but I can expand on that at the end of the first half of the presentation. Because in reality, we have something that can't exist within their paradigm.
We got another Yumi out there. We got, because Brian posted it in Skype. It's Hassenpfeffer. She's a Yumi.
But they all are, aren't they? They just don't know. Hold on, let's just clarify for the audience what we're talking about. Upward moving earther strictly applies to all globe believers, whether they know it or not. So because of the E equals MC squared.
It's because the equivalence principle.
You got it. What a dork.
Yeah. So I guess, we'll get into what?
Got another word. So I was looking, I've gone to the thesaurus, to evidence, proof, etc. Trying to be as less poncy as I can. How about verification or verifiers? That's kind of what we do. We verify it with celestial navigation.
No, we don't.
Yeah, but you're only going to call yourselves that.
How many boats?
You're only going to call yourselves that. But stop. You're only going to call yourselves that. I mean, that's pretty cool. Flat Earth verifiers. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. But what's the point?
To separate
Finish
ourselves.
Nathan's subcategory titles.
Yeah, well, it's me who suggested this. There is a specific reason. Because there's all the subcategories that just fit into that box. As far as the reason I subcategorized it with a list that referred to YouTube searches is because if you just type those two words together, that's the order of preference that you presented those in. That ergo, they are the same category. Doesn't matter whether you're looking for flat Earth and you get presented Simon Dan with his anti-flat earther rhetoric, or Dave Weiss with his anti-globe rhetoric, or one of his followers talking about 9/11. That they're all under the subcategory of flat Earth. So what do you cover? flat Earth. All right, well then you're a flat earther. Well, no, that's not. Obviously, might sit uncomfortably with people, but I'm talking about how it gets categorized in the arena we're in, and that's YouTube. Well, in that respect, we're all flat. Simon Dan's a flat earther. That's what he's covering. That's his specialist subject. It's what he. How do people find Dan? By typing in flat Earth. So it doesn't matter if he likes the categorization, but irrespective of whether or not you've got Dan in the same category as me, I don't want to be a part of any of that because I don't cover 9/11. I'm not interested in vaccines. I don't care about whether or not we were deceived about the globe anymore. What am I concerned with? Well, people who come to a subject matter specialist in the subject of flat Earth under the guise of education, which is what I title my videos, that they find out Earth's flat and how. That's it. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it might happen to have the same name, but it'd be like the equivalent of if every time you typed anything to do with this subject matter, you were directed to Scientology by YouTube. Didn't matter what it was. How does Venus do X? Up comes the Scientology explanation, still strictly speaking heliocentric, but with just a tiny little L. Ron Hubbard slant on heliocentrism. And you're like, hang on a second. Does that mean that I'm a Scientologist? No. But every time you cover the subject of Venus or Mercury, when you get searched for, what you're offered up alongside is Scientology. So you're in that search category, whether you want to be or not. Now, that's obviously a lot easier for people to digest. It's just a skew on a YouTube search. Suddenly, everything that's categorized as search for Star Wars gets categorized in with, let's use the same example, Scientology.
Can I give you one, Nathan? An example. This is something I was going to bring up. And this is quite a good subcategory. There's a video. It's 30 minutes long, and it's a comedy. And there's about a minute that mentions flat Earth. The rest of it's about, I don't know, rappers and Islam and stuff like that. But it's titled, and this is the point, it's titled, because people are searching for it, Woke Flat Earthers, Malik Al-Salwa, yeah? However, it's not a substantial part, but that's what they've tried to pimp it with. So people are searching for it, but what's it in with? That's what came up in my search today, and it's comedy, yeah? So if you type in flat Earth, one of the algorithm things it's going to link to and search for videos for is jokes about flat earthers. 1.2 million views.
You're making that seem like that's a recent addition. I don't know where this originally comes from. Things are originally mocked, then violently opposed, then accepted as being understood by everybody always, or for the eternity that everybody's already known it, obviously, right? Well, that's the stage that you start with. When we were mocked, it's just idiot flat earthers. You know, the stance that the mainstream comes at is still very much that angle. Oh, well, then you must be an idiot. The people who come in cold to the show behave like that, don't they? Like, oh, well, we can just lie and cheat and deceive these people. They're complete idiots. They won't know when I'm lying. I had a guy in just the other day. I've seen the moon buggy. Have you? Yep. With my own eyes. No, you haven't. You're a complete liar. But you feel that it's okay to do that because you don't suspect that we, the idiots, would ever know anything about that. You're specifically talking about that's our specialist arena. Why would we know all about that and whether or not you're lying? But because we're viewed, because of the ridicule through the mainstream, which is the first step, ridicule it as being stupid. Then you get the people who step into the actual arena of the flat earth. They become anti-flat earthers, violently opposing us, wanting us to drink bleach, telling us to commit suicide. Those are violently opposing what we do, telling people our earth's actually flat, because that's how it's dealt with. Yeah. Well, what happens next? Well, the numbers go up from a couple of percent to 10%, as Mark Sargent's currently claiming the Western world population of flat earthers consists of. And then suddenly it snowballs. And everybody already knew. That's next manifest. Like, yeah, I already knew that. Not a shock. Not new news. We all knew. All right. No, you didn't.
Well,
You've been here for 10 years and you were all violently opposing and mocking me for 10 years of it. But now it's just, yeah, of course I know. Everybody knows that.
Well, the thing about it is that everyone does know it. It's just a case of accepting it. That's the thing. Everyone knows they've never experienced a globe, a rotating globe. They've never experienced it. And they nor will they. But they won't accept that they've never experienced it. And that's where we get the Simon Dans and the Fight the Flat Earths and all these, the real whiffs. They can't accept that they've never experienced that, and there's no way to experience it. the same way as they can't accept that they've never experienced the force of gravity. They've also never experienced general relativity, because none of these things can be experienced. So they won't accept what they can experience and what they can't experience, and that's the wrangle, the mental wrangle they're in. And when you talk to the guy at the bus stop in 10 years' time, and you go, "The Earth's flat," and he goes, "Yeah, I mean, that's yesterday's news." It's like, yeah, but 20 years ago, 15 years ago, it wasn't yesterday's news. You would have been calling me an idiot for saying that. So people are very fast to just go, "Yeah, I know all that," after they spent a long time calling other people idiots. They're always at it. They're always doing it. The humans are constantly at it. Someone says, "Just look, this is the truth," and everyone tells them, "No, no, no. What would you know?" Consensus says some other thing, and years down the line, everyone supposedly knew it. Do you know what I mean? How many people have you heard? I've heard lots of people say, "I've always known it's flat," right? But they didn't always know it's flat. As in, well, they might have known, but they never accepted that they knew it, if you understand what I mean. So there's people out there who I've heard say, "Oh, I knew it was flat when I was a kid." It's like, you didn't know it was flat. That's a complete lie. As in, you weren't going around telling everyone it was flat when you were a kid. That wasn't happening. Nobody was doing that. But people will want to make other people believe and make themselves believe that they always knew it was flat. That way, they never got duped. We all got duped. You just have to accept it.
Right. That's the distinguishment of not understanding how it's a globe and knowing it's flat. Like, you may not have understood how it was a globe, because it's not. I mean, but you didn't necessarily know why it was, or how you would measure it flat.
I mean, well, I'm 9 years next year in this. What have I found out? I found out that what I always knew, I accepted that I knew, but I didn't accept it years ago. So would have, you know what I mean? I didn't accept it when I, like, what I mean is that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I know it's flat. But I've also acquired another skill, right? Which may be of absolutely no use to me in the future, which is I have got an in-depth understanding of the heliocentric paradigm. That is something that none of us can experience, so I can't do anything with it. I can only, dazzle people with some information about something that no one can experience. It's like being an expert on Narnia. Is it going to be any good to me? You know what I mean?
That knowledge is no good to you, but hopefully, as you've acquired it and you're able to disseminate it and point out its nonsense, it'll be good for other people. It's kind of why we keep bothering to do this, because we can take that nonsense apart.
Yeah, it's like, go on, Aaron, go on. Sorry.
No, it's just that also displaying knowledge about it, especially when you do it calmly, it does kind of like force some respect from the other side. Whether they like it or are going to give you a win or not, it will do that.
We have to know it. We have to know about all that for us to be able to calmly take it apart and point out to people who are supposed to be followers of it where they're even wrong within their own claims about their own paradigm. We have to know it. But after all that is over, it'll be what will it be? It'll just be part of history. It won't be any good to us. It won't, you know what I mean? It won't get your money off when you're getting your car fixed at the mechanics. You know, it's not going to help you in that way. You know, it's not going to help you. You won't get air miles off of Qantas or you know what I mean, because you know the heliocentric model or paradigm, really well. That won't matter in time.
Well, it will help people as it has always done by distracting them.
But that's why I call it
something to distract them with.
That's why I call it the wrangle dangle, right? So wrangle, obviously, might be familiar as like a cowboy term, but in our context, it's to persuade by way of an argument, and to dangle is to keep someone hanging in uncertainty when you use it in that context. So it's an attempt to persuade someone in the argument. Also, wrangle can be used in context as a loud argument. Yeah, you're into the wrangle of it is a loud argument, but a wrangle dangle is to be in the perpetual cycle of trying to persuade someone with the argument with them holding you in uncertainty. So I say, I don't want to get into the wrangle dangle. I don't want to get into the perpetual process of me arguing with you and trying to persuade you by this argument with you holding the concession or the admission in holding it back so that the argument's kept in perpetual uncertainty to the person who's listening. Because there's no conclusion, the person hasn't conceded. I don't know how, because it almost seems like a behaviour of some sort of government agent shill when they become like that. Absolute refusal to concede the point when it's proven and demonstrably wrong. They won't. They just hold it in lieu. Now, after the discussion we had on Flat Earth Debate on Friday, I think it was Brian that pointed this out. While the discussion was going on, Brian said, he's trying to make you concede so you don't just bring it up later. And they won't, so that they can bring it up later. So they can get straight back into, well, we still see boats going over the horizon when it's been concisely taken apart for about 10 minutes. If you can't, at the end of that process, get them to say, yes, that's right, the horizon's not physical, they'll go through the wrangle-dangle indefinitely. Now, who does it help?
Well, we got to start.
I'm nearly there.
We got to start getting
It's nearly there. Just need to do breath.
Sorry.
Just trying to link it to Arwen's point, right? Arwen said it leaves some uncertainty. Exactly. If you're trying to make a concise point and your opponent will never concede, from the audience's perspective, well, it can't have been a willing point because they didn't concede it. So you go round and round and round and round 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And then when you move on, because that's what they've pushed for all 7 times, they've tried to get it onto a different subject. If you finally concede that you're going to move on, before you've even got into that subject, they were back on to making that affirmative claim that they lost and wouldn't affirm 10 times over. Wrangle dangle. What's that achieve? Audience is left in confusion, Arwen. Correct.
Yes, but I mean, like, if we just get it right, then they can hear, even during all that back and forth and the tugging and them not admitting, they will recognize our points to be the most recognizable of what they've been taught. Like, or
Not if they're never brought to a conclusion.
Exactly. Not if they're not brought to a conclusion, if everybody behaves that way. It's some mental block that we have because we're indoctrinated, that we are unequivocally on a sphere. That's the automatic begging the question fallacy that we have got in place because we're brainwashed with it from birth. Therefore, when it gets to something that's unequivocally proving that not to be the case, it's a concrete wall they can't get past. Therefore, it's not that they're shills or government paid. It's that mentally they cannot pass that barrier. So they behave in the way they behave because they're forced to. I told the guy he was forced into a position of lying because he's got a globe faith. I stand by that. You reach a brick wall, you go, well, I can't concede this because it would mean Earth's not a ball. Earth's flat. Well, it isn't. I know it isn't. I'm here telling them how it isn't and how they're stupid. Yet here I am, faced with the awful truth that I'm wrong because it's been proven and demonstrated to me. I can't possibly concede that because it means Earth's not a ball in this very moment. And we have very seldom seen that moment blossom before our very eyes as a result of debate. So as Neil is stating, in the eyes of the audience, they're going through the exact same mental process.
Well, that depends if they are invested to the same degree. If they are just a little bit more neutral and not already straight out anti-flat earthers, they will see that we as flat earthers, whatever we're supposedly claiming in the end, that we use the most legitimate, recognizable information.
I love how
that
the
is
least
the most provable. That the neutral people will see that.
I love how the least rational FED panel member is suggesting that the general populace is completely rational and will take the logical consistency over and above their blind faith that they've been brainwashed with.
Oh, that's
Wrong.
not fair, Nathan. That's not fair. That's not the general public. I'm talking about specifically people that are just not as invested, that are still going to be smart. They're still going to be interested in physics and all that. If they're just completely dumb, they won't understand anything and they won't recognize anything. They'll just think, oh, it's more school mumbo jumbo or something.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I
I'm
can
talking
take that,
about
but
the people that have gone through that and that are more neutral in this whole debate.
yeah, well, that wipes out 50% of the population immediately.
Yeah, of course it does.
What debate? Debate's over.
But the problem is that as QE says, when you're debating, you have to bring a topic to exhaustion. You get to a point where either you're right and the other person concedes, or you're wrong and they prove it and you concede. Because if there's an actual argument there, one of you will be right. And that's the way it is. We're in a paradigm where it's become accepted for our opposition to, when it's time to concede, to red herring away to something else, and the flat earthers are leaving them do it. And so there's a really bad habits after forming, where there's no proper debates happening because nothing is brought to a conclusion. I mean, the other day, Nathan, when you were addressing the horizon with this guy, he was doing his best not to allow it to get to a conclusion. Don't allow it to get to a conclusion, because he knows that in the end of the day, what he believes about the horizon and what the horizon actually is and does, right, or doesn't do, may not actually match up, because he's never really looked at the horizon. He's never seen a boat going over the horizon because it's not possible to see it. It doesn't happen. But he has a belief it does, and if he allows it to get to, for that point to get the conclusion, he'll have to accept that he's never actually seen this. The least he'll have to do is accept he's never actually seen this and concede that you can prove the opposite about the horizon than he's claiming. So he has to red herring away from that to keep a belief going in his mind. And then when it goes on to the next topic, if someone lets him get there, which you wouldn't, but if someone else lets him get there, then when it gets to the conclusion time with that, he'll red herring away from that to something else. Bring it all the way back.
Hold on, everyone. It'll red herring back to the original assertion that he still holds the same belief in. Well, obviously, because boats still go over the horizon.
That's what I was trying to get back to.
Right.
That's what I was trying to say before Alwyn came in.
Poison ground, right? Move away from poison ground. Never land where in the moment where it seems that the argument's going to be broken. So you move away and then start over again. They always move away.
I was on Discord last night at like 3 o'clock in the morning, just kind of listening. And I spoke to a baller and asked him what I would have to do to prove to him that
the earth is flat and that.
Lost you, John.
And I told him that if I could prove it.
We're at losing you, John.
I'll make fun of John.
That's pretty low there, Nathan. Good job.
Who? What? Sorry, I stepped away.
It was okay when he was doing it to me, though.
Yeah.
How long is your presentation, Brian? It's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, indeed, to be sure.
I just want to point out that when people hear an Irish person speak, they never speak ever like they do in Hollywood movies. Unless it's someone like Colin Farrell or someone who is actually using a Dublin accent within a movie or something. They never do. So when you try and take off my accent, Nathan, you're actually programmed to go straight to what Hollywood gave the world as an Irish garble, whatever. So you're not actually replicating my accent. So technically, I could replicate your accent, including your original Birmingham accent, better than you can, way better than you can of an Irish accent.
Yeah, people normally go straight to. They either go, if they're trying to be aggressive Irish, they'll go to Northern Ireland, right? Or they'll go to Dublin. You're absolutely right. It's just stereotypical Irish accent.
Well, normally, no. I mean, I hear you say phrases and things that nobody actually says here. To be sure, nobody says that.
You just said it.
I've never heard any Irish person
I just heard you say it like 10 seconds ago.
I just said it now. Yeah, I just said it now because you said it. Nobody says that. Nobody ever says that. That's just something that's part of like a Hollywood or stage Irish kind of lilt. I don't know.
It's even
nobody actually
it's so commonly thought of as being said there that there's a joke. Why do Irishmen wear 2 condoms? To be sure.
Oh, brother.
So basically, Brian's just calling you racist, Nathan. Basically.
Superfluid.
And ignorant.
Superfluid. Halt.
Hold on. I can't be racist. I'm black.
Superfluid. Stop.
Okay, Sasha sent. This is going to be very painful, and I'm so sorry. I have no idea how to speak. I don't know what he's. Okay. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I'm guessing that he said the same thing, but in his native tongue. So I'm just going to leave that there. There you go.
Shall I say it?
I'll give it a go for you if
No,
you
no,
wish.
no.
That's it.
Oh, brother.
Freta
Come on.
i Nova Godina Buen
Arwen.
Natale Felisa Ano Nuevo.
That was rubbish.
He's speaking in tongues.
Treta in Nova Godina, Buon Natale e Felice Anno Nuovo.
Oh,
Okay,
brother.
fair enough.
That's what he told
That was
them when he
also
was
rubbish.
when he was asking for bail. That's what he told them.
Well, I hadn't figured out it was Italian as I was reading it. I was figured it out halfway. I thought it was.
I don't think it is
Sure.
Italian. It's just very Italian. If you read it, it's almost Latin in it. I don't know. He's from Sasha, so I will. Or
Sasha's
I
Croatian.
know what that is. It's Coventry.
I think it's Cov, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It sounded a bit Coventry to me.
Yeah, I'm Croatian, but I can't read or write. I couldn't even tell you if that's Croatian.
I didn't know
or
that.
not.
I'm part Croatian.
Say again?
Didn't know you were part Croatian as well.
A big part.
Oh, very interesting. Didn't know that. We're basically brothers.
Yep. Sasha and I. Or you.
All of us.
Of course we're basically brothers.
Good chat.
Super fluid.
Sasha again. Adam did it correctly.
Uh-oh. Good job, Adam.
He wasn't talking about the super chat.
Just about life in general.
Yeah. All right. So we solved a lot of problems before the presentation. Like I said before, this is going to put hair on your back, especially for the anti-flat earthers and the incoherent dielectric accelerators. You ephorites. It's time to come to Papa. So, Brian, do you want to introduce this or just head right into it?
Just give me one moment, please.
Also, for the audience's benefit, we just want to clarify, being Irish isn't a problem, you know. Just want to make that clear.
Not nowadays.
No, not anymore.
Not being Irish is the problem.
We don't hold it against Brian at all, do we?
No.
I'm ready to rock whenever you are. I'll give a preface, QE, rather than just going straight into it.
Yes, you can
But I
preface
won't.
it.
I'll keep it short.
Okay.
Okay, let's get started. Okay, this presentation is two parts. The first part deals with our main opposition, which is heliocentrism, and I will expand on why it's mostly addressing the force of gravity claim, but it's addressing the whole heliocentric model. And I will expand on why it actually debunks claimed general relativity at the end of the first half of the presentation. Now, QE, would you like me to do the first half of the presentation and expand then at the end on why I'd say it debunks general relativity and people speak about it, and then I do the second part, because the second part is a debunk of the Ethereum's claim of a dielectric acceleration.
Yes, go that route.
Can I ask,
Okay.
could you do the second part first, then discuss the first part and what we might think of it, and then do the first part? Is that possible?
No.
Right. Okay, we'll get started. Okay, the first slide is up. Okay, are we ready to go, everyone?
Yes. Yep. You know the routine.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. Okay. What is W equals mg? Right, that's weight equals mass times gravitational acceleration. W equals mg is an equation that states that an object's mass is given weight. Right, in brackets, weight is a linear downward vector force. via a force of gravity causing a gravitational attraction between a smaller mass and a bigger mass. Just as a preface, or as a note to add in, or as a caveat, mass is undefined. To explain, there is 3 definitions for mass. One is pre-Einstein, one is post-Einstein, and one is used in chemistry. The pre-Einstein is that mass is defined as mass is given weight via force of gravity. Post-Einstein definition is mass is a quantitative measure of inertia, which would be impossible because mass, which would be impossible to align with the first pre-Einstein definition, as mass doesn't have weight. So it can't have inertia, right? If we were trying to link it to the first definition, which is pre-Einstein. But post-Einstein, mass does have weight, even though weight doesn't exist in post-Einstein. I'll get to that later. But there's the first 2 definitions. The third one is mole in chemistry, right? Mole is mass, right? In chemistry, it's a calculation used within chemistry. Atom is 100%. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not slipping my mind.
It
Used
related
to
to
using.
atomic
Hansen.
weight, right?
Well
No,
spoken.
no, 100%. My brain won't work.
Organic. Free
Familiar.
range.
Familiar is the word I'm looking for. 100% familiar with it because he uses it all the time, right? So, mole in chemistry, a mole of this or a mole of that, right? It's a calculated amount of a substance or chemical, whichever, right? So, there are the 3 definitions for mass. Okay, so this is the start of the presentation, right? What is W equals mg? This is this claim that a force of gravity gives weight to a mass, and what a mass is, and what they eventually claim concerning a mass, and how that's taken apart. So could you go on to the next slide, please, QE? Thank you. Okay, so the smaller masses of 1 and 2 are attracted to the bigger mass of 3. So mass 1, right, which would be, in their paradigm, the air, because they claim their atmosphere is a mass, and that atmosphere has weight. Okay, so mass 2 would be an object sitting on the surface of what would be, in their paradigm, globe Earth, and mass 3 would be their globe Earth. Okay, so you have mass 1, that is a weight on top of mass 2, and both of them are attracted to mass 3, which is the biggest mass, attracted to center mass, which would be their globe Earth. Okay, next slide, please, Kiwi. Okay, if mass 1 is the air and mass 2 is an object, right, then, and mass 3 is the Earth, then both the air and the object are being attracted to mass 3, giving both of them weight. So this is the crux of it. They claim air has weight. Now, weight is very clearly defined. It's a linear downward vector force pressure. That's what it is on a scale. To measure weight, you're measuring the downward force, right? But something needs to have a downward bias to be able to measure weight. If something doesn't have a downward bias, like gases, right, even within their paradigm, they're claiming air, which is gas, which is a collection of all our gases, as weight, you can't measure it. You can't measure it on a scale. You can't measure the weight of air because air doesn't have a linear downward vector, right, force. But within their paradigm, they're claiming it does. So that means they're claiming that air is adding to your weight or the weight of an object. That's what they're alluding to and claiming. This is what they say. Okay, next slide, please, Kiwi. Okay, this means that the object's weight is being increased due to the air above it, which is being pulled down onto it. The air mass 1, mass 2 object, mass 3 the Earth. So there is no way within that paradigm, within their claims, that the object can't have its weight added to by the air. The air within their paradigm, their atmosphere, that you must remember, even though they're trying to backtrack, a lot of them, the smarter ones are trying to, although it's not very smart, trying to backtrack away from this claim, right, destroying their own model. They're trying to claim that the air pressure gradient is not connected to their claimed gravity gradient, right? right? They're trying to claim that now because people like us have come out and pointed out that that's a load of rubbish, right? But the problem is that for their air, which is their claimed atmosphere, to be at pressure and stick to the surface of their globe Earth within their heliocentric vacuum without solid containment between that pressurized air and the vacuum, for that to happen, they need that air to have weight. Weight within their paradigm, remember, is a pulling, attractive force towards the center of their globe Earth mass, right? Now, as I said, mass is undefined, but we'll use it for within their paradigm because that's what they say. That means there's no way that air can't be adding to the weight of the object that's on the Earth. So the weight of a chair in your kitchen, right, has its weight added to by a claimed downward force of air. That's what they are claiming. And they're not saying it has down and up in every other direction like gas actually has, right? They're saying a downward bias, which means a downward force upon the object. That's what they're claiming. Next slide, please, Kiwi. But if we remove mass 1, the air, then mass 2, the object, must weigh less under those conditions, right? So once we remove the air, then within their paradigm, right, if that paradigm was in alignment with reality, then it's impossible for mass 2 to weigh anything but less. It can't even weigh the same. It must weigh less. Okay? So next slide, please, Kiwi. Which means that objects weighed in a vacuum must weigh less if the Earth is a globe and has its atmosphere held to it via force of gravity. Very simple. How would we remove the air? We weigh the object in air, then we place the object on the same weighing scales in a vacuum chamber. We remove the air and we look at the weight because the weight will still be there, right? So if we go through that process, then there's no way for that object within their paradigm for the outcome to be anything but that object weighing less. That's the only outcome they can actually achieve. Next slide, please, Kiwi. Okay. But in reality, objects weigh more in a vacuum, debunking all claims that the Earth is a globe with an atmosphere at pressure, as the claimed reason for the air pressure doesn't exist in reality. See, this is the thing. In reality, objects weighed in a vacuum weigh more. And this is what kills them. They can't have it that way because it's the polar opposite. I'm using that because I'm addressing their globe, polar opposite of what they need. What they need is for objects to weigh less in a vacuum. Just like within their paradigm, they believe that it has to. But in reality, objects weigh more in a vacuum. And they also weigh more at high altitudes. That's another misnomer.
That's very important for the globe model, right? Because you have to be floaty up there. Well, guess what? It's all heavier.
That's correct. It's all heavier. And there's even 2 astrophysicists, or 3 astrophysicists possibly from the UK, who went up Ben Nevis, which is the highest mountain in the UK, and it's in Scotland, if I remember correctly. And they weighed what they claimed was a mass, just a piece of steel, at the train station at the bottom of the mountain, right? Then they went up and they weighed it again when they got off the train. And what did they get? They got heavier. Not the same, not less, more weight. And because this didn't suit their paradigm, they had to weigh it a third time. But where did they choose to weigh it? They chose to enter a cafe, which is at the train station, which is up high in the mountain. But in this cafe, they have a higher PSI than outside because they don't have open windows and doors. They're keeping them closed. They have air coming in. And what else do they have? They have heat in there because it's cold. So they have warm circulating air, which is adding to a higher PSI than they have outside on the train platform. And they have warm circulating air that is of a higher PSI. And suddenly the object weighed less than it did down at the base of the mountain because they were weighing it in a PSI that's at least as much as at the base of the mountain, if not more, and they're weighing it in warm circulating air. We know that warm air rises. So what's that going to do? it's going to add to the buoyancy, right? Which leads me to the next point, right?
Hold on, Brian. Can I
Okay.
make a quick, because I can I even remember that. Like, if you go into like one of those big cabins up there that is warm and pressurized, like going in there from the outside, you like feel a lot of pressure all of a sudden, right? You feel that. You can even feel it on your ears when you go in or out. So
Well, yeah, see, there's no way around it. Because as I said, even if they had the same PSI as on the platform at the base of the mountain, the air they have in there is warmer because they have heating, because they have to have heating. So consequently, they have warm, right, circulating air that's a higher PSI than what's outside on the platform. So no wonder they got it to weigh less than it was at the base. So what they did essentially was cheat. Now, I'm not saying they tried to cheat. I'm saying that because what the outcome they got was not fitting what they needed it to fit, because of that, they couldn't handle this, and they needed to, and they possibly tried weighing it in several places, and it wasn't until they got the weight that they needed to have for their paradigm that they published that, on the video. Whereas the truth is that no, they debunked their own belief, but they didn't want to accept it. That's the truth. Now, I must add in at this point, the best response, sorry for raising my voice a bit much, the best response I've gotten to this argument, right, it has been only recently. Right? Now, I've got it's just buoyancy argument, right, a load of times, which means absolutely nothing, right? Yeah, buoyancy, so not weight then. There's no point telling me that air is giving buoyancy to something, because buoyancy is not weight. Buoyancy is defined, very clearly defined, and buoyancy is not defined as a linear downward vector force. A linear downward bias vector force. It's not defined that way. Buoyancy is very clearly defined, right? It's an uplifting, right, effect. That's what it is. Now, your weight, what is your weight? All it is an effect of buoyancy. If you have more buoyancy, you'll have less downward vector force on a scale. If you have less buoyancy, you'll have more downward vector force on a scale. So yes, the air does have buoyancy, and it's the removal of that buoyancy that allows the object to weigh more in a vacuum. But the problem was, the person made the argument that just like water, and I knew this was the way they were going to go, just like water, air has buoyancy. You know what I mean? You're buoyant in water, and you weigh less in water, and if you weigh yourself in air, and you'll weigh less in air than you will without the air, kind of thing. And yeah, that's all totally fine. But there's one problem. I can pour water into a container. I actually have a mug of coffee right now, which is mostly water, in front of me, and I don't need a lid on that coffee to stop the liquid from leaving the mug. Because water does have weight, it does have a linear downward vector force. It does have buoyancy because it has density and it is a medium. So yes, it has buoyancy, but it doesn't, but it also has weight. Whereas I can't pump any gas into that mug and not put some kind of a lid on top of that mug to seal it, right, and expect the gas I put in there to stay in there. It won't. Gas will leave the mug. That's why every time they think they're weighing gas, they have to put, which is a ridiculous thing to do, but I understand why they do it, right? They have to put a steel lid on the container, because if they don't, what's going to happen? The gas, regardless of whether it's a high density gas or a lower density gas, as they want to, what they call a heavier or lighter gas, which is nonsense, right? But besides it doesn't matter which gas you use. I don't care if you use the sulfur hexafluoride, the man-made gas of sulfur hexafluoride. That you must still have a container, because if you don't, that sulfur hexafluoride will diffuse into the air that's above its container. That's what it will do. Now, sulfur hexafluoride, let's say, or carbon dioxide, any of these more denser gases, they will, right, I have to use the term density for this just to explain it, they will slowly diffuse. Whereas carbon monoxide, for instance, or helium will quickly diffuse. And that's how they determined, right, a mathematical density for gases. That's the starting of it. The starting point is they determined, based off of air being the let's say the average, let's say if we use horizontal as the average, then it's degrees of slope or pitch above and below horizontal, let's just say, right? They use air as the average, right? The yardstick, let's just say, and the diffusion rates of different gases into the air and their rate of diffusion. So carbon dioxide will have a slower rate of diffusion into the air than carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide will have a much faster diffusion rate into the air. But it doesn't matter, because you can fill up a container with all the carbon dioxide you want, put it in a room filled with air and take the lid off it, that carbon dioxide will come out of that container. So it doesn't matter if you have buoyancy in water and buoyancy in honey and buoyancy in every other thing and buoyancy in air. The point is that the air must be contained on all sides at the bottom and on the top. Otherwise, the air or gas, whatever is in that container, will leave it.
Yeah.
So
Gases
if
don't
someone
form
says,
puddles, right? They don't.
yeah,
form
they don't
puddles that
exactly.
just stay.
Yes, exactly. They don't form puddles, Darwin. So that's the point, is that you have to contain that gas on all sides, bottom and top. Or because if you don't, you won't have your sulfur hexafluoride or your carbon dioxide or your helium or anything else in your container, because it's going to leave. It's going to go up, right? So, yeah, buoyancy, yeah, air has buoyancy, water has buoyancy, but water does have weight, air does not. And that's the point. So this is why their whole paradigm is destroyed, because they need air to have a downward, what they would call, it's actually, 1 second, Aaron, what they would call an inward pulling, right, vector, right? They needed to have an inward pulling vector, whereas buoyancy in their world is an outward pushing, right, vector. There's no point in them saying buoyancy because it's not weight. End of story. Go on, Aaron.
Brian.
Yeah, and then
before
there's
it-
the issue that you can if you put gas in a tank and you close it and you pressurize it some more to more pressure than is normally in the air that surrounds it, yeah, then some weight will actually register on a scale, but that weight you can't use that to determine how much gas is actually in the tank. It's just it is at more disequilibrium as an object with the surrounding air, and thus it'll push more. But you can't tell from that how much is in there. So that also needs to be noted.
Well, what's going on, just before Adam says what he wants to say, what's going on in a container is you have a certain amount of downward pressure, right, that's equal to the upward pressure and the sideways pressure and the diagonal pressure that's in the container from the gas. Now, if you have gas at high pressure, you will have momentarily or temporarily gas that is possibly phase changing towards a liquid at the base of it. So you'll have that little extra bit, right? But it's only a temporary thing due to the pressure, right? Because that's what happens. But doesn't matter what you get on that scales. If you take the top off of the container, right, what's going to happen? Are you still going to get the same weight? Or is that weight going to, what you think is a weight, is that going to decrease? Yes, it is. Because gas fills available volumes. It diffuses into all other gases. It doesn't go in any one direction. It doesn't have a linear downward vector bias. It doesn't have that. So it doesn't have weight. Go on, Adam, sorry.
Just listening there. These are one of the things that we chatted in the background and discussed the correct vernacular to use. I understand the point now with the presentation a bit better. I wonder if QE would agree. I think the term density when we're talking about a gas is a little bit tricky. In terms of the examples you give, and carbon dioxide monoxide is a good example. Their actual density is the same if you think about the molecular alignment per space. You could use relative molecular weights to calculate a slight discrepancy, but I think fundamentally, if what we're talking about is actual gas behavior within the atomic model as opposed to an ideal gas law, and the term I would probably urge you towards is a molecule of larger size when it's in the gaseous form, because that's all we're describing really, just bigger molecules. Anything more than that, which is sufficient density, is not required to describe its behaviour. Like I say, it's a weird mathematical nuance and not relevant. The thing that's fundamental to speed and force of impact would be molecule size.
Well,
That makes sense.
Right,
yeah,
but as a mesh, it's also more
absolutely.
dense, right? Not as
Yeah,
individual molecules. The mesh, like you got to think like object versus medium still, because it's
yeah.
very relevant. That's how density, how that part comes in.
No,
Well,
that's
how before I just want to, before we go too much off track, because I want to stay on the presentation. What
That's
you're saying,
correct.
Adam, yeah, exactly. What you're saying, Adam, is correct. But if you take a mole, let's say, which is a calculated amount, let's just say, I'm just going to say, let's say 1,000 carbon dioxide molecules, and you take 1,000 carbon monoxide molecules, and you put the two of them into two equally sized containers and keep them at the same heat, right? The carbon dioxide will take up a greater amount of three-dimensional space within the container simply because it has bigger molecules. So, so when they're talking about density of gases, they're talking more about that maybe than like I don't want to go too far into today because this is something
I won't.
Yeah,
I
don't.
won't.
Density is not weight because it
Don't.
doesn't
at a different
necessarily
point.
have
Don't
downward factor.
stop, Arwen. This is his presentation. Adam, this is his presentation. Don't lose the conclusion. Because I'm going to force you. All right? What's the conclusion here to this part of the presentation?
The conclusion is that air cannot and is proven to not have weight. That means the whole heliocentric model is finished because that's the requirement for that to have. The heliocentric paradigm, requires air to have weight for us to exist within it because we can't exist without air. And that's the conclusion, really. Next slide, please, QE, when you're ready. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, further explanation. If the Earth is a globe with an atmosphere being held to it via force of gravity, then the air in that atmosphere will have weight, which is a linear downward force. And the consequence of this would mean that objects must weigh less in a vacuum, as the added downward force of the air has been removed. But objects weigh more in a vacuum, making the globe and heliocentric models impossible, as there is no process to counteract entropy, which is the whole point. They don't have any way, their only excuse for to counteract entropy was a force of gravity giving weight to their acclaimed atmosphere. But as is proven by the vacuum weights, air doesn't have weight. That means they don't have any counteraction excuse for entropy, which means entropy would, if we were living within the heliocentric paradigm, which we couldn't be because of entropy, but if we were somehow fantastically transported to it right now, instantly all that gas, all that air would fill the available volume of outer heliocentric space. We would die immediately. That's about the size of it. Next slide, please, QE. Okay, consequences of this revelation. 1, a force of gravity does not and cannot exist. 2, mass does not and cannot exist. 3, the globe model is without explanation for how gas pressure is achieved and maintained. 4, the globe model and heliocentrism in general cannot exist if objects weigh more in, weigh more in a vacuum, which they do. Mass can't exist because mass is given weight by a force of gravity within their paradigm. But they must claim then that the air has always, their claimed atmosphere is a mass. So the whole lot goes out the window, basically, is the whole point of what I mean by that. It's all over. It's over. I don't know whether flat earthers really realize this or not. It's all over at this point. Now, I'm sure there's smarter heliocentrists that are catching on to this and trying to make a distance from their force of gravity claims, like Sabine Hossenfelder, but forgetting that she's also debunking the heliocentric paradigm when she is taking away weight to the air. You know what I mean? Because she doesn't have any explanation for how the air can be at pressure. Because she's taking away weight, so that means they require a container, which they don't have. So next slide, please, QE, which is the last slide of this this part of the presentation, please. Okay, the concept of buoyancy. Maybe that wasn't the correct way to word it, but that's where I worded it when I made the slide some time back. Within the globe model, the concept of buoyancy is described as being due to the air being pulled down towards the surface of a globe Earth, resulting in the upwards movement of helium balloons, etc. So within that model, the air must have a linear downward vector force, weight, in parentheses, for a helium balloon to rise up. But this is very obviously debunked by the fact that objects weigh more in a vacuum. As if the air had weight, then it would have a downward bias vector towards the surface of the Earth. But it doesn't at the end. Weight is very clearly defined. It is a linear downward vector force, not partially down. It is down only. Linear downward bias vector. That's what it is. It's not, when you stand on your weighing scales, it's weighing, right, a maximum amount of downward force that you do have on that scales. Which brings us to why this debunks general relativity, right? Within general relativity, weight doesn't actually exist. Within general relativity, there is an upward acceleration of 9.81 meters per second per second. That is what they say, that the downward, or that's what Einstein said, and they all now follow him, the downward acceleration was only apparent. So weight is only an apparent effect within that paradigm, right? So that means that when I stand on a weighing scales, and when QE stands on a weighing scales, unless we're exactly the same size, we're going to, and all our bone density is the same, everything is exactly equal, which means we'd have to be a complete carbon copy of each other, which we're not. Then that would mean that we're going to have different weights on the scales, right? Because what is a weighing scales? A weighing scales requires a stationary solid underneath it and a force on top of it pushing it down. That's what it is. Now, if their paradigm of general relativity was correct and there was an upward moving Earth, right, or an upward force, then that would mean that me and anyone else and anything else that's put onto a scales is going to read the same on the scales, because nothing has a downward force. Nothing has that linear downward vector force. That is weight. So weight can only be apparent within that paradigm. But we know that weight exists, which is proven by weighing scales. The fact that me and QE weigh different debunks heliocentrism.
But
So
it's a convention, right? It's a different way. It's a different approach of
it doesn't
weight.
matter what it is. It's not weight. They have no weight in general relativity.
It's not
seen
physics
all,
weight.
but it isn't. There's no weight. That's the point. There is no downward. It's only an apparent. It's an apparent effect. It's like a visual effect. It's actually kind of like, it's a little bit like along the lines of the Coriolis effect. Is you think it's happening, but it's not really. That's how it's actually described. But
It's just
that is
pressure on a
incorrect
scale.
because
I'm sorry,
but there
draw
is
a
no
stop to
pressure
this.
on
Sorry.
the scale.
Yeah, stop.
Stop. Just let Brian get to the end, and just to get Brian back
Thank
on
you.
track, right? There's a main point in terms of Sabine Hossenfelder, if I've said the name correctly. Her concession, Hossenpfeffer, doesn't allow them to have gas go down, go boom boom, to concisely summarise as I have just done, and Brian is in the middle of. So go ahead, Brian.
Right,
That's a great
before you carry on,
hang on. Just let me finish before I lose the point.
That's the point. You've just smashed it. And the only reason I'm interjecting is profound point, I think, is now about to get missed as we go on to alternatives, other alternative Einstein and Michel Hossenpfeffer. What you've outlined here with regards to the destruction of how W equals mg and how they invoke W equals mg to invoke buoyancy, is the fundamental point. I don't know if people have got that and how profound it is. It's a really good point, and I just don't want it to be missed as we go on to say how well this actual point then can destroy Umis, etc. If you don't get that bit, I think before you do actually break. That's the point
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, but
Taking
I'm
into
trying to
account-
get to there. I'm bringing it around in a circle. I'm bringing it around in a circle. The point is that weight does exist, right? Now, within general relativity, it can't, right? It's only an apparent thing, but it does exist because it's not apparent that me and you, Adam, or me and QE, or you and QE will weigh differently. The only way that's possible is that if we have weight. That would mean we have a stationary Earth underneath us, and we, the three of us, have different weights. That's the only, because we have a different downward vector pressure on force on that scales. That a different reading, it'll be measured different because we'll all have different weights, right? So weight does exist, right? That is a real thing. So the fact that weight does exist, technically, a weighing scale debunks general relativity completely because it debunks upward moving Earth, right? So weight does exist, but air doesn't have it. So weight existing, weighing scales, proving that weight exists, debunks general relativity, but the air, due to vacuum weight, is proven to not have weight, which debunks what they incorrectly term as Newtonian physics, Newtonian gravitation prior to that. Now, it wasn't Newton, right? We won't go into that. But the man said don't ascribe that nonsense to me. That's basically what he said. But what they tried to ascribe to him. So both paradigms, pre and post-Einstein, are debunked. Pre-Einstein is debunked by the fact that air doesn't have weight, as is proven by vacuum weights, and by the behavior of gases. You take the top off that container, and it will leave the container. That's what it does. So air can't have weight because otherwise it can't leave the container. Because it can't have a downward bias and then go up. It can't go up if it has a downward bias. That's not possible. So air doesn't have weight, and we know that weight exists. So that means pre-Einstein is debunked by the fact that air doesn't have weight. Post-Einstein is debunked not just by that, but we may as well add it in, by the fact that weight does exist. That's the end of both of those paradigms. That's the end of the first half of the presentation.
Outstanding
Thank you.
performance.
Yes, very good.
Outstanding performance.
Shame about the interruptions.
Cat.
Thank you.
Super chat, super fluid.
Yeah, I waited. I just left a note, but I didn't have to leave a note. Anyways, Roger Ledwell, Merry Christmas panel. All who wander are not lost.
Thank you, Roger. Back to you, Nathan. Go ahead.
I was just saying it's a really damn fine presentation. There's a reason we were all, genned up, and I was, remembering it so vividly that we were going to be doing it today. It's because it's a class presentation, paradigm destroying. And as much as I want to blart on about how you just need to tell people Earth is measured flat, these are things that once you understand them, you can paraphrase them back to somebody who's right stuck in the paradigm, which is most people, and pull them out from it if you understand it. That is. So good job, Brian. Yes.
Thank you, Nathan.
This will directly relate to
Now
the
you got-
Ethereum. Sorry, QE. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, now you guys can ask questions. I wanted to get to the conclusion of the point, which was magical. I love that all this is in lieu of the second law of thermodynamics, but this really shows, like at a second grade level, that you can debunk all the pre and post Einstein nonsense right here. Once that thing weighs more in a vacuum, you're finished. Heliocentric Baltards, you're done. It's all over.
Sorry. What?
Share. Go on, bro.
No, just saying, basically, all I actually outlined was a weighing scales and a bottle of Coke with the top of it taken off. That's all I outlined. That debunked both paradigms. If you think about it, that's all I've outlined.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adam.
I only want to pay you a compliment. Why it's profound, and maybe I can outline why it is to me. Because if you look at it, they invoke a fantasy land where you move forward where W equals mg.
Stop mumbling.
Where they invoke fantasy land where W equals mg. And then we move forward with that thing that's been invented after Archimedean buoyancy theory. We adopt buoyancy theory. In doing so, it has an impact what buoyancy is, and what weight is. Brian's eloquently put that they invoke weight to the air. Now that weight they've invoked to the air it has a causation, and in doing to create that causation is that downward vector. Now they're therefore going to invoke this buoyancy force, and it's that difference between because they're going to say because there is a buoyancy from reality, yeah, then have that buoyancy, which we we have got citation from, have that buoyancy in their paradigm. There's got to be more air generating weight, W equals m times g, on the scale to give the object any buoyancy in it. And that's the profound thing for me that you've demonstrated, Brian. So when we then see that there isn't that there and it does weigh more, that's the proof that their buoyancy isn't actually generated by the mechanism that they're claiming. I love it.
Very well said.
The bit that I extracted and I dropped it in at the relevant time just because Arwen interrupted was that the profound implications of a relinquishment of their necessity to double speak around this problem. They need gas to go down, go boom, boom. So when they relinquish it, as Sabine did, that does need to be laboured, because there are profound implications when you relinquish that based on the necessity to relinquish it, right? It's not part of their paradigm. It's not part of their current mechanics. They just double speak their way around, don't they?
No, they can't. And this is the genius of Brian's, isn't it? W equals M times G. In their paradigm, G exists for everything, and everything is constructed of M. Yeah? Therefore, that's how you derive W in their world. W is not real in their world. It's M times G. They're stuck with that. So Sabine can't relinquish that gas goes down, go boom, boom, because by their definition, W equals M times G. Gas has M.
Well, it's the other way around. She can't get around the fact that gas must go down in their paradigm and just does not.
Yeah, she's stuck she's stuck. They're all stuck. I love it.
Yeah,
Right.
they are. They're in like a molasses or something, aren't they? Because they have nowhere to go.
And it's quite cold.
I want to give a little preamble because I know where Brian's going next, right? Obviously, this is going to be directly relatable to the Ethereans, but I want to preface it by saying that this is why potentially, and it's not my idea, it's come from the discussion. I started off by saying, doesn't it seem a bit odd that Witzit's compadres are so willing to listen to him babble on about ether and for them to be questioning it? And the conclusion is because it sits directly in line with heliocentric paradigm, hence them being number 2 or number 3 on the list that I gave earlier in terms of what you'll find. It's complementary. It doesn't necessarily go against heliocentric rhetoric. It sits parallel with it. That's the word I'm looking for. And therefore, this demonstration that Brian will go through now runs parallel. But I want to look. The reason I'm giving the preamble is to say that if you look at it from a different angle, rather than just addressing the fact that it runs parallel, therefore you can use the same arguments or similar variation, identify the fact that this puts our brethren, flat earthers, in that category, alongside the globers in blissful harmony, doesn't it? So doesn't that make it 10 times more dangerous? Now, I might be echoing things that QE's been saying for about 6 years, but I'm just saying, alongside Brian's presentation, it's very apt to point out that there's almost a coalition that exists as a result of this. Right, Brian?
Yep.
Asterix.
Hey, stop swearing.
Is that super chat?
No, go ahead, Brad.
Okay. Well, what we'll do then, as Nathan has just given the preface, we'll go straight into the second part of the presentation, just so we don't lose it in conversation. So, if you're all ready, I'm ready to go.
1 second.
Okay.
Go. We're on the concept of buoyancy. Next slide.
Yes, please. Next slide, please. The real slide 11. Okay. We won't go into that now. Okay, so this is the second part of the presentation, and this is directed towards our Ethereum opposition, who claim that there is such a thing as a dielectric acceleration downward bias vector to all matter. This is what they claim. Okay, so all inter and intramolecular forces are electrostatic, which means that all the atoms and molecules that make up these phases of matter are held together by electrostatic forces, and electrostatic forces are chemical bonds. These bonds are covalent, ionic, metallic, and van der Waals forces, and they are responsible for the coalescence of all known matter. This is just a preface of what inter and intramolecular forces are and what electrostatics actually are, right? Next slide, please, Kiwi. Next one, please. That's the same one.
You're good. Was that the same one?
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. Our opposition in the flat Earth arena presume incorrectly that electrostatic forces means static electricity, or that the two things are somehow connected. I'll stop at this for a moment. Kiwi, I think, is laughing. I'll give a little bit of a story. When I spoke to Witsit, I was confused by this because I was already aware of what the chemical bonds were. Now, I was no expert on them, but I was aware of them. You know, hydrogen bonds, covalent bonds. I was aware of them and what their purpose was and why they were described in these kind of things. But when Witsit first started talking about dielectric acceleration to me, he started talking first about, and you can go back to, I think it was the first debate I had with him on QE's channel, where he was trying to focus on static electricity. Now, in fairness, if you look in at Google will start talking about Google references. People will start talking about static electricity and call it electrostatics and different things. But electrostatics are chemical bonds. Static electricity is a build-up of static charge and a release of it or whatever. They're not the same thing, right? Now, I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but Witsit I don't think was aware of this at the time when he first started speaking to me about it or when I first debated him.
He's still not.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's not. Sorry, I know he's not because of I know he's not because of what he's claiming concerning him. And this is what we're going to take apart here. But they're not the same thing. And they are all under the impression these two things are the same thing. And it's a mess. And what we have is people out there listening to Witsit as if he is an expert on the topic when he doesn't realize that electrostatics and static electricity are two different things. But anyway, we'll carry on because this is their claim, right? So either way, they also claim that the sky has a positive charge and that the Earth has a negative charge. And due to all matter being electrostatic in nature, what they presume as static charge, that the positive to negative attraction that they claim is happening between the Earth and sky is affecting all matter, giving all matter a claimed downward bias towards the Earth. That means that what they're claiming... Sorry?
Right,
That is wrong. Look, everybody mute, right? We're just going to have to get notes or something so that Brian can get to the end of this one.
Right, yeah.
I'm sorry, Brian, I'll stop it. Good.
Do you have a correction to make, Adam, on what I just said?
No.
It was such a profound Ethereum statement that I felt the need to say amen.
Oh, you said amen.
Stop.
I just, before we move on to the next slide, QE, I just want to point out that they do claim, because you can hear all of them in there, whether it be David Weiss, Jern, Witsit, they're all saying the same thing. This is how it goes. This is what they say. They say electrostatics, right, set the down, and buoyancy and density do the rest. That's what they say.
Correct.
Right.
That's what they say.
Now right. And
Yes.
which is completely contradictory, isn't it, QE? Because
Yes.
if you set it down, then you can't refer to buoyancy and density, because there is no setting of it down. There is down and up of buoyancy and density. There is no one biased over the other. It's all is buoyancy. If what they're referencing when they say buoyancy and density, they're referencing relative density disequilibrium, where objects within the medium will go to their equilibrium. That's what they're talking about. You know, if I half fill a balloon with air and half fill it with helium, it'll sit halfway between the floor and the ceiling. If I fill it with air, it will go down. If I fill it with helium, it will go up. That's relative density disequilibrium, or equilibrium, whatever way you want to describe it. But what they're claiming, first they start off setting it down, or claiming a downward bias. Someone, some feedback on. I can hear someone coming in there.
You're good.
Okay, sorry. But they're claiming a downward bias to all vector from the start. And then they're trying to add in or hijack relative density after that, which is completely intellectually criminal. Okay, next slide, please, QE. Okay. But remember, if all matter is electrostatic, and all matter is therefore supposedly affected by a claimed downward bias vector, that's claimed to be caused by an attraction between a claimed positive sky and negative Earth. And gases are one of those phases of matter, and gases do have electrostatic bonds, then gases must also take a downward bias vector. They have to have a downward bias vector, and a downward bias vector is weight. They must do. And I even think that these people, or at least Bob, I know the man has passed away now, but at least Bob did claim that gases, and he definitely, this is not me by thinking I might maybe remember right, no, he definitely did claim gases go down, go boom, boom. He made a point of prefacing that as kind of an attack on Nathan. Now, whether Witt claims that or not, it means nothing. Because when him or anyone else like him is claiming dielectric acceleration due to what they think is electrostatics, right, and this positive sky, negative Earth nonsense, they are claiming that all matter will take a downward bias vector. That means all matter will be biased to the down, and that means weight. Even if they're not claiming air is only going down, they're claiming it's mostly going down. That means it has to be adding to weight. It has to have a weight. It has to add weight to a weighing scale. Simple as. Next slide, please, QE. So here we have it. Air going down, object getting heavier. It can't be any simpler. They're claiming a downward bias vector. So the object must get heavier by the air going down on top of the object. It's a no-brainer. Next slide, please, QE. Okay. But if gases take a downward bias vector, then that would mean that the air we live in and breathe must be adding to the weight of objects and substances, as weight itself is measured as a downward bias vector force pressure on a scales. So if we weigh an object in air and then weigh the same object in a vacuum, the object must weigh less, ? But unfortunately for some, and fortunately for others, objects weigh more in a vacuum, completely ending their claims. They can't claim, even though they're obviously wrong when it comes to electrostatics, they can't claim that there is this positive negative and that electrostatics are somehow connected to static electricity, and that all things will have a downward bias vector, which is what they're claiming. Right? The electrostatics set the down, that's what they say, and then buoyancy and density do the rest. Setting the down means there is a down to all things. They can't claim that, and objects weighed in a vacuum weigh more. It has to weigh less. The object must weigh less in a vacuum. Just like with a force of gravity, the object must weigh less in a vacuum, but the object weighs more. The complete opposite, the contrapositive, I think is the right way to say it, of what they need. Okay, next slide, please, QE, which I think is the last slide.
I don't have a next slide.
Oh, is that it? Okay, well, that must be it then. That's the end of that.
That's the end of that.
Yeah, I thought there was another slide. Sorry, I had 2 green slides, and that was the second green one. Yeah, it written in green. No, but that's the end of that. They can't claim a downward bias vector and objects weighed in a vacuum not weigh less. They must weigh more because they're claiming that electrostatics set the down and buoyancy and density do the rest, whatever that rest is. They're setting it down. And gas does, all gases, like all matter, have those chemical bonds, which is the very thing they're claiming sets the down due to this claimed positive sky and negative earth attraction. So there is no way within their paradigm, because they're not calling it reality, it's just their paradigm, there is absolutely no way for objects to weigh more within their paradigm when they're weighed in a vacuum. But just like with a force of gravity, they do. It's over. Thank you.
Yep. No, thank you. That's it for you, Ephorites, again. Every corner you turn, there's a flamethrower coming. You bozos.
But that's secondarily to the globe belief debunking, which is why it came in that order, as much as I mocked it at the beginning and suggested the Etherite one should come first. With just a vague discussion of what might we debunk if we were debunking the heliocentric aspect of it. And you did beautifully. Yeah, again, this parallels with the original presentation, which is why it got the same summary. And that puts you in alignment. Sorry, I was just going to say that puts you in alignment with the heliocentrists, doesn't it? Go on, Adam.
Yeah.
Just going to say, I like the addition of the Ethereum thing because it serves as a very good cautionary tale for those that go and invoke a downward force. If you're trying to explain buoyancy, density, and what is basically displacement, and the pitfalls if you go and invent things, be it mainstream, as we demonstrate they've made stuff, or sadly those that, because they want to give an explanation, go and make things up. If you make things up, they have consequences. In both of these things, reality denies the consequences of what your supposition is. So I like it, right? Because I don't oppose it as the emissary. It holds true. There is an invocation of a down. It's a lot smaller. It's not 9.8 meters per second. Don't be silly, trying to replicate gravity. But in order to give causation for orientation, we do invoke a downward force. Very small.
Well, Adam, sorry,
I try to get in where I can fit in. I'm sorry, guys. Vlad on 0 Degrees sent another great presentation by Brian, as per usual. Thanks for the show, QE, and the panel. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and cheers to all. You too, Vlad.
You too, sir.
Thank you, Vlad. Well, the thing about it is that they actually are claiming a 9.81 meters per second squared per second. Sorry, 9.81 meters per second acceleration rate. They are claiming that, Adam. The Ethereans do claim this. They're claiming that. Sorry.
No, I didn't. I don't. Sorry. I need a correction. I said force. When we're looking at the acceleration, the thing we measure from reality, yeah, of course, that is due to the viscosity of the air. That's why it falls at that rate. What an Ethereum would claim is that it's the direction that's set with a little push. I think they were actually Nadal's words. It's just a little push. And the point I'm making was it's still an invocation of a downward force. It's a lot less the actual force. They try to then invoke, as they say, buoyancy and density, which is displacement force. So they'll then grab onto that, but there's still an invocation of a downward. As I think Bob said it once, he claimed if you had one gas molecule, left it in, popped it in a vacuum chamber, eventually it'd be just sat on the bottom of the tank.
Yep.
Which is incorrect. It would be moving around the whole thing. That's what a gas does. It's constantly moving. That's the whole point of them. Having one or having a billion makes no difference. they're all doing the same thing. It just showed that Bob, I know the man has passed away, but it just showed he didn't understand gas behavior. Just one molecule in a vacuum will fly around in every direction based on the temperature. The only way to stop it is to bring it down to a temperature that will cause it to phase change into a liquid. Other than that, it's going to just move around based on the amount of kinetic energy it has due to the temperature it's at.
Correct.
So this, sorry, Kiwi.
No, I said correct.
I know, yeah. I just don't want to be hogging too much of the show.
No, you can hog it
on
all
the
you
contrary,
want.
Brian. This is very much a Brian moment.
Exactly.
Well, Neil's going to jump in. I don't want to hear it sets it down ever again. I will wring some necks if I hear it again.
Oh, you're going to hear it.
Yeah, they're going to have to ignore this. I mean, it could be some time before they ever address this presentation. Kind of like the Globers. Because regardless of what angle they want to come up with, what story you want to come up with, you can come up with 10 different stories, but if you're claiming the same thing and that same thing is not conducive with reality, then it means nothing. What's it, Arthur Eddington said, if your theory is opposing the second law of thermodynamics, then I hold no hope for your theory. I don't have that correct, obviously, but that's the basics of it, isn't it? That
I can give you no hope.
Yes.
But your theory for you and your theory to collapse in the deepest humiliation.
Exactly. And that's what they're doing, isn't it? The Globers and the Ethereans, they're both opposing entropy.
Yes.
That's what, So you can't oppose that.
Yeah, as you say that there's no refutation to this. There's people who just flat out deny it right now in the chat, and just whistle past the graveyard of you already took apart mass, but they're still using it. Just saying the claim isn't proving anything. So, gosh.
True, Flatty, because what they'll do is they'll try and use mass within equations, but we do use mass, and they're working within a mathematical paradigm, and that's okay if you're referencing something in reality. But their mathematical paradigm is referencing something that is not conducive with reality. There's that word again. Sounded like that tonight. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't matter how many times you use the term mass. It doesn't mean anything.
I know, but it's funny, just because you were using the word mass and it was up on screen, that was enough for someone in chat to be like, oh, so mass doesn't exist, but you're saying the word. Like, they can't be this silly. Oh, gosh.
But it's true, mass
doesn't exist. No, it only exists when the first slide Brian put up, W equals M times G. G doesn't exist. M doesn't exist. Weight exists as the convention we have from reality. And we take that and we measure that. Afterwards, we can conjure G and therefore imagine M. When I started, and there is a mixture, and this is part of the paradigm painting, is to make M something, to try and reify it in some way. And that's been accelerated over the years. Changes in way we say things. Things used to be, even when we were describing the molecular model, we would describe it as molecular weight. Yeah, it's now molecular mass. Why? Why back then? Why when it's first invented? Because there's no need M. Yeah, because the only convention we've got is G. Molecule weights are a subdivision of the real world division of weight, the thing we get from reality. It's only if you need G that there's a requirement to invoke the M to recategorize what is weight. Yeah. So we don't deal in that. None of us. We deal in weight. And that's all we need. The only time you're going to start throwing mass around is because you've got a prerequisite to invoke G.
Well, really what it is a bit of a red herring away from the real final point, isn't it, from the people in the live chat? Because in the end of the day, it's like they want to argue about whether mass is real or not, as opposed to addressing that regardless of what they want to say about mass, they must claim that their atmosphere has mass, and so that mass must be given weight by a force of gravity for their paradigm to exist. And if that was true, then objects would weigh less in a vacuum.
Yep.
And that's the crux, Brian. That's the brilliant crux. You said they need to describe things with G. And as a consequence, then even gas, by their definition with W equals M times G, even gas has to have W, even though simple fact that it is a gas means it doesn't fit within the convention of W. But all they can take from reality is W. And it shows their double speaking nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a double reverse stuff. We got you cornered. Like I said, any corner you go around, we're going to be standing there with a flamethrower. God, I love it when that happens.
Well, where did they get their math and gravity from? Well, Newton wrote his Principia Mathematica in Latin. He used the word gravitas.
Correction, Principia.
Principia. Well, if Neil agrees with you, then I'll say Principia. But Newton used the word gravitas and he used the word massa. Right? Gravitas was a description of heavy or weight. Gravity is a claimed force that gives weight to a claimed mass. But massa is an accumulation of stuff, whereas mass is an undefined thing that pre-Einstein was claimed to be given weight by a force of gravity. So gravitas and gravity and massa and mass are not the same things. Just because the word gravity and the word massa, or sorry, the word mass, are bastardizations of those Latin words, doesn't mean they mean the same thing. They don't. They're gravitas and gravity and massa and mass have completely different definitions. And that's, so I don't, where are they getting the word mass out of? Because they didn't get that from Isaac Newton. They didn't get gravity from Isaac Newton. He couldn't have used the word gravitas or the word gravity or mass if he wrote his because if he wrote his, and he did write his Principia in Latin, then he couldn't have been referencing gravitas as being a force that gives weight to a mass when he's using the word massa and gravitas. He couldn't be doing that. He has to be referring to what they mean in Latin, which he was. Now, what other inferences he made doesn't matter. The point is that what they call gravity, what they call mass, is a bastardization of the origins of where they're getting it from. The man himself wrote a letter saying, "Don't ascribe innate gravity to me." In other words, I'm not saying that this magical force causing all. You know what I mean? What more do I need to say? But they did anyway.
They're jokers. These people, a-holes. What's that you say? Don't ascribe it to you. Oh, okay.
Because they'll take anything.
Well, I was talking. Sorry, but I was on mute. Yeah, just 1 second. On screen, not for you guys in Discord. Let me show you this again. Max Born, Nobel laureate. Back in the day, in ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here comes the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not only strongly emphasize, but as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no friggin' meaning. game, set, match.
Don't be afraid.
Bye-bye now.
Don't be afraid.
Technically,
Be very strongly afraid.
And the straw man will be, are you claiming that mass doesn't exist? When someone who is known within the scientific community as a heavyweight, just from citation, just told you it doesn't exist in as many words. But they want to put it on you, flat earther. Are you claiming this, flat earther? You know, it's like, well, I am claiming it, and I'm not the only one. There's actually people who hold heavyweight titles in the world of physics. Let's just say throughout history, who claim it even more than I ever did, and were claiming it before I was even born.
Yep.
So
It's kind of ironic that heavyweights were claiming that mass.
He tried to go for a pun there.
That was
Super chat.
Super fluid.
Roger Ledwell. Ether gives you wings.
Ether gives you wings.
That's Red Bull.
Mm-mm.
And they were sued, so you couldn't say that anymore. Because people were like expecting it as an advertising standard to say that something gives you something and then it doesn't. Wings. Red Bull. Outrageous. I was expecting to get wings.
And what did you get?
Got caffeine.
You got infinitesimus, prodigious, whirls of velocity. That's what you got.
Fizzy caffeine and taurine in a brown liquid.
And it tastes like bubble gum.
Gives you wings. Ether doesn't give you wings. It gives you hope, dreams, aspirations of free energy, a path to fantasize about. It gives people quite a lot of things that needed substituting in once they lost them from heliocentrism. And it does that so well that some things like this parallel heliocentrism. So what's that? You've got an issue with relinquishing this complete nonsensical, non-existent notion that things are pulled to the ground? Oh, well, no worries. We'll just substitute it with something that parallels it beautifully. We'll move on with other fantastical things that might offer you free energy. Isn't it wonderful?
one of the sorry, QE, come on.
No, go ahead.
All right, sorry. One of the comments I got on recently in the past few days on, I think it was the vacuum weights shorts video, a guy says to me, he says, if I weighed an object in a vacuum at the bottom of Mount Everest and I weighed it at the top of Mount Everest in the same vacuum, would they weigh the same? Now, obviously, it would weigh the same because it's in a vacuum. But this guy thought it was clever to somehow add in some kind of a begging the question fallacy, alluding to a begging the question fallacy, as if something I wouldn't be able to overcome or something. And I asked him to maybe reread his own comment. Because what does that mean? It means that he is trying to be smart. This is for everyone out there. When you try to be smart, that's when you're being the stupidest. Right? It's proven throughout history. When you believe that you're smart, or you believe that you are, let's say, intellectually superior, and you're so arrogant about it that you lose sight of reality, which means that you lose sight of you being wrong in any way, then that's when you end up looking the stupidest. And this guy thought I didn't understand his question when I responded to him that he needs to reread his own question. And my response was to him was along the lines of, well, if that's what you want to be known for in history, you know, then it's your choice. You know, if you think that's a clever question, adding in or alluding to a begging the question fallacy by bringing in Mount Everest, there's less pressure at the bottom, more pressure at the top. You know, this kind of nonsense. Or more pressure at the bottom, less pressure at the top. And he was alluding to stuff to do with weights and, you know, thinking that people up at the top of Everest weigh less than at the bottom when it's the opposite. You know, this is what we're dealing with out there. This is why they're not worth debating. They're not worth addressing and spending 2 hours of your life sitting there debating them. They're not worth it. They have to pay you. They have to give you something to be there. Because otherwise, what are you there for? To be asked stupid questions like that? Because that's what you're going to get asked. Stupid gotchas that don't mean anything.
The only gotcha was a self-induced one with that idiot question.
Yeah, I had to say it because, well, I didn't have to say it, but I felt it was good to say it because it was some idiot question. How stupid does he think I am that I'm going to not understand the begging the question fallacy he's trying to add in, and not understand that weight in a vacuum in the same vacuum is going to weigh the same regardless of what altitude you weigh it at. That's, you know what I mean? It was a stupid question that he thought was clever, and this is the problem. We're dealing with a group of people who think they're clever and pre-assume that we're stupid.
But what about gravity, Brian? Because you're further away, gravity's going to be less.
Yeah, so you're going to weigh less because you have less gravity. You know what I mean? You're further from center of mass. So that means you have to weigh less. You know, in his paradigm. Completely ignoring the vacuum weights shorts video. Completely ignoring the point. You know, is that the best you've got? Some useless gotcha that would only get somebody who is totally a newbie? Is that the best you got? Anyone who's here 6 months wouldn't be taken in by that. You know, if that's the best you got, I mean, you got nothing.
I think you got a good point with the posturing kind of thing. I mean, they don't really. They're just role playing. They're role playing like they're the winners and we're the losers, because they can't really make an argument.
Who is it? Is it the anti-flat earthers or the Etherites?
Well, the Etherites are just like, they're just spouting nonsense. I mean, that's different. I guess they do it too in a way, but the ballers and the anti-flat earthers especially, like they get in there and they have this attitude like, we won, you lost. This is basically just like me trying to demonstrate that position, and that's how they do it. It's like a role-playing game to them, at least.
When you've truly won, the last thing you do is go and gloat about it to the person that lost. If you truly won, the last thing you'd feel the need to do is attack the person that lost, unless there was a really good reason that person really deserved it, some personal thing. But anything else, once you win, that's it. You don't feel the need. If you're the real winner, you don't feel the need to go over and, you know, gloat about it to the person who lost. You don't feel the need to do that. You've just won, that's it.
Never heard of teabagging?
Well, as I said, they deserve it.
Yeah, that's different. When Brian correctly identified that if they take it to something personal, but it doesn't actually apply either, Adam, because in Brian's example, once you win, well, we had a whole lengthy discussion at the beginning of the show about them not conceding and doing the wrangle-dangle so that you can perpetually go around in a circle without the audience necessarily agreeing that a conclusion has been drawn, therefore there isn't necessarily a winner. Now, in my mind, the question that arose while you were saying that moments earlier, Brian, was, well, is it through fear that potentially we could gloat and hold it over them as a winner, as a flat earth believer? Now, for me, it might be easy to say this, it's very rare that I can get an example that could prove it, but were they to actually concede, I would feel content to move on without having to gloat, because all I want to achieve in getting them to concede is to not get them to rinse and repeat again. Now, when they rinse and repeat after, on the rare occasion, they have conceded, that's when they get a teabagging, right? No, you already conceded this. But that's not often. Because they want to rinse and repeat. I mean, that's why they keep doing it. That's the reason they won't concede, is because there's a potential for you to stop them rinsing and repeating and not only stop them with a gloat because you've got them to concede and repeat it back to them. You know, you can stun them to silence, like me stunning that guy to silence with his lies about seeing the moon buggy. You know, once you're trapped in that, you're a deer in headlights, like he was. Well, they don't want to do that, so it's better to keep the do-si-do going as long as possible till people get tired of it, by which time it's become personal because it's irritating.
Nathan, he had exceptional vision and a telescope,
No,
which gives him binocular vision.
nope, you got it wrong. He had better than perfect vision.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, the thing is this: for them, a win is to stop a point getting to the point of stopping an argument, getting to the point of exhaustion. When they stop that in their own head, to them means that the globe has still not been defeated. So to them, that means they're somehow winning. Whereas all they've done was stop. It's like just before the big punch comes, I jump out of the ring. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, Brian. So,
Yeah.
and to be able to recognise when the knockout blow's about to come, is to already know you've lost. You can see by the preparation and their sidestepping, you know when the loss is coming. They know at the point they have to stop, try and change the direction. And this is the reality of what we're dealing with a lot of the time. People who know they've lost, which is why they employ these tactics. If you had a sword, they'd use it, wouldn't they? But they don't, which is why when we get to the point of either concession or having a sword, rebut us, go the do-si-do. They know they've lost. I don't know, different motivations, but for whatever reason they want to be here.
Well, it's hard to say. We all know why they're here. You know, it's because they can't handle the subject matter. They can't handle the. Go on.
Do you think so? Do you think they're all mental and having all on the breakdown and they just can't cope with it? La la la. If you can't do that, stop tuning in. No, they're invested in some way. Yeah. As to speak to what their investment is, I don't know. Some I would suggest they're all a bit different. Maybe some of them fit what you're going to describe. But look at it.
Both statements
Not
are true,
bad.
Adam. Both what your
That's what I said. There
your
might be a
statement
bit
of them
of it.
having a mental investment. You know, but when you say the word investment, often people come to the idea of financial. But your time, when people say time is money, if you've put a significant amount of time into it, that's what he means by mental investment, right? Well, you're as reluctant to give up. I can't remember what show I was watching the other day, and they were saying that people are mentally. It was that grey-haired guy that we covered on one of the shows recently. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, he was saying that people are far more mentally inclined to chase after £5 that they've lost than to put the effort into earning £10. The loss of £5 is so much more significant. We have a saying here: penny smart and pound stupid, right? You'll chase after the pennies in the world and ignore the pounds. But in this respect, it's the loss aspect. Well, when it's something that you've invested mentally in, people are wired to not allow that loss to occur, and they'll devote themselves to it. Now, that's where Brian's point comes in, and yet the answer to you isn't no. It's yes. It is just they're all mental, and they've gone into this mental place, and that's what happens to brainwashed people when they're trying to fight to keep the brainwashing there in the face of adverse evidence to the contrary. So they do go a bit nuts. I mean, when we say share your pain, there is a reason for that, and it's not sarcastic. It's because they're in pain. Mental pain.
Well, there's something. Just go on, Adam. Do you want to respond to that before I say something?
Yeah, just I would agree, and I think if we're talking about people like Rufy, and we are looking what's missing in your life that you need to invest so much into something you disbelieve. Clearly are issues. I do see others that aren't necessarily more anonymous faces coming and do the annoying crap. The catalogue that will be in Brian's videos, comments, yeah, I think there are other people that are motivated by other reasons, probably more in that financial sense. And but I think there's a mixture, and that's what's interesting. I mentioned about the YouTube demographics. Why are people attacking this? Why is it thinking? Why would it be worthy of some form of notice by government? Yeah, and to think we're not subject to that would be a little naive to me. I don't know who they are, but to pretend that they wouldn't be after they bother to tramp stamp us everywhere would be naive to me. So I wouldn't put everybody as a raging lunatic. Some of them are just doing it for cash.
Well, I've been a fool in my mouth, so excuse me.
They reckon
Well,
there's an algorithmic
if we
gap
take-
when you say they're doing it for cash. Have you still got your mouth full? I'm trying to cover for you.
Oh, no, go on, I'll go after you.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, so it's just when Adam says that they're just doing it for cash, there is a certain joy that I found when I came to Flat Earth as a videographer, because, you know, I'm contemplating, should I make videos about computing and things like that, and what do I actually have a skill in? And then you find out Earth's flat and go, wow, here it is. This is my little unexploited niche, something that you very, very seldom find in YouTube, something that's not absolutely littered with 1 million people covering it already. This is 10 years ago. I'm like, excellent. That's just what I want to do. So it means I can put two hats on, you know, something that I'm enthusiastic about, passionate about the subject, and a desire to be a videographer on YouTube. So it's like, great, two birds with one stone, marvelous. I can actually be enthusiastic about the thing I'm covering, because I didn't want to cover computers. But when you get to the tramp stamp bit that was just mentioned, there was a distinct change when Congress were addressing YouTube and telling them, what are you going to do about these flat earthers? Oh, well, we'll divert people away from them. That's what we'll do. Well, from that moment, there was a new niche opened up, because those searches are directed somewhere, and there's cash to be made, and they all went to Simon Dan and Dave McKeegan. So they basically filled that niche when it was altered through algorithmic, what's the word, reprimand of us, basically.
Well, the point I was going to make when my mouth was full was that the whole winning-losing thing. I read, and I would stand behind this as being more than likely true, that there is a greater amount of stress-related illnesses and heart issues amongst the chess-playing community than there is amongst people who go out running. The reason being that in chess, right, there is no way out of it. When you lose, you've lost. That's it. You must accept it, whether you like or dislike your opponent, whether you like the way you lost or whatever. You can't. You must accept it. You played, you didn't play right, you got beaten, it's over. Right? And it's really, really difficult for people to get to that point of accepting this game is over sometimes, especially if they have a lot riding on it, especially if they have a reputation or they're trying to build a reputation for themselves. So the reason there's such stress in chess is because someone's going to lose. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes. There's no draws. Right? Well, there is a stalemate. But that's kind of a kind of a tactic rather than a draw you will get in a boxing match. It's a tactic more than nothing else.
I tell you, you're not wrong, just by my own experience.
Yeah.
Right? My dad, about 15 or whatever it was years ago, was a computer programmer, designing systems and making software for networks and such. So he was obviously into logic and coding and all that sort of stuff. But when he retired, he wanted something to, keep him occupied along with a whole bunch of other things. One of which was chess, right? And he got very, very into it, very competitive. And then had a stroke. So there you go.
Yeah, I actually played a lot with my best friend, or one of my best friends, I should say. And we are best friends, and we live together, and we have a laugh all the time. Besides, whatever small things you will have disagreements, right? But as soon as we'd start playing that game of chess, we were mortal enemies. I just wanted to crush him, and he wanted to just crush me. And when you lost, you had to not shout, not give out, not call names. You had to shake the hand of the other person and go, okay. And yet we couldn't not look each other in the eye either. We have to look each other in the eye and accept. He's looking at me, and all I'm thinking is, if he's won, all I'm thinking is that he's smug. That guy's so smug with this and that. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Not
I'd
necessarily.
like to shove this jetboard down his throat.
Not necessarily.
But,
The best.
well, I'm going by my experience.
While we're talking about chess, because I know we'll go away from it pretty quickly. No, your best opponent in chess is actually a bit better than you. Like a bit like your wife or your partner. You're better off picking someone that's a cut above you to push you and make demands of you to make you be better. In other words, if you're the better chess player and you're generally a step ahead, literally, metaphorically and literally, well, then you don't get anything out of it, do you? You're not pushed or challenged. Now, I appreciate that your example's geared around someone in a tournament where their reputation's based on winning, etc., etc. But as you're, a developing chess player, unlike an athlete, what you actually want from your opponent is that person, he or she, to be better. Trust me. So you might not have got the same joy out of it that you expect when you're like, I smug you for one. No, everyone takes pleasure in winning. We're wired that way. But I'm just saying, in actuality, you, if he was the better player, would have benefited far more from that.
Yeah, but the thing about it, not really, because the thing about it is that, not really, no. The
Get
thing
in there,
about it is,
Platzi. Get in there.
Chat.
Go on, sorry,
Good.
sorry, Patsy. Go on, sorry, I should have.
Yeah. Tony Whitcomb, June Buggy got destroyed, then went to Mars, then went to the moon, still got destroyed by Nathan, then resorted to ad homs, and then Superman vision for 2D objects in space to become 3D clown.
Man,
Yeah, thanks.
when you're
Tony.
paying,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
that couldn't have been more concise. But when it's got cash attached to the number of words that you can put, it's going to get concise pretty quick. Thank you for the super chat. Absolutely, that was Moonbuggy guy. I'll have to trim that little hour-long section out of the live show because it was I was just about to round out. I literally had the lights on, camera ready, and he's like, "Excuse me, I believe Earth's a sphere." You're like,
Yep.
Oh, great. I'll trim it out because I think that would make a worthy standalone video.
So I can pinpoint when I first learned chess, the first time I ever played chess. I can pinpoint it exactly. I was in West Germany on the Iron Curtain. I just came from, we had a mission to go to West Germany from Berlin. And I was on guard duty. And
Checkpoint, Charlie.
San Francisco, hold on.
Checkpoint,
the
Charlie.
San Francisco 49ers, shut up. And the San Francisco 49ers were playing the Cincinnati Bengals in that Super Bowl. So whenever that Super Bowl was, that day, that's when I first learned how to play chess.
How old were you?
Can't remember.
So you're military age?
Military age.
How old were you?
Hold on. This supersedes a QE. They played twice. Cincinnati played the 49ers in 2 Super Bowls. Which one are you referring to? Homer Esiason or Kenny Anderson?
Yes, good job, Neil.
They didn't play twice.
We all need to break this down in terms of Super Bowls.
You're going to tell me they didn't play Super Bowl twice? You better check.
Yeah, I don't think Super Bowls is a good way of qualifying it unless he puts a date on it or an age on it. Just roughly how old were you?
How old were you? Roughly how old were you, QE? That's all I was asking.
Yeah, it was in the 80s, so it was...
Once again, no help. Both of them.
He was a teenager. He was a teenager.
Teenager. No, I was in my 20s.
Early 20s.
That was the intonation I was getting from you. That's why I raised it. I mean, I would be 7 when I was playing chess. 7, 8.
I've just taught them in the last couple of years. Well, my eldest has been playing chess for a couple of years, and my youngest, I'll probably introduce to the game of chess in the next year or so. She's 4.
Spoiler alert. I've always played chess with my kids. Leo's 19 just after Christmas, and he loves chess. Yeah, he loves, as you say, playing against the computer, playing against opponents that are better than him to get better. I bought a lovely set as his special present. the nicest set, because we play it. I played it as a kid. It was one of the first games. You teach your kids checkers first, and then you teach them chess.
I didn't.
I was
actually.
surprised. 20, mate.
I just taught her chess.
It was January 22nd, 1989.
Which Super Bowl was that, Neil?
That was
The
awfully,
point is, you
awfully specific, wasn't it?
Sitting playing.
And they didn't play twice.
Anyway, it's all so
Oh, after
the
wonderful to
first
know when
game.
we learned how to play chess. Fantastic.
I was the same way once I learned how it.
Huey, they played twice. One was in the 80s. Kenny Anderson was the quarterback.
No, they
played the
didn't.
49.
So
Huey,
name the
look it
Super
up. Don't
Bowls.
fight me on this. They played twice.
Name the Super Bowls, Numpty.
One was with Kenny Anderson quarterback. one
No,
was
I'm
with Boomer
saying the
Esiason.
number. You're wrong.
Okay, I got to prove it to you. I'll
Yep.
accept your apology when you're ready.
All right,
You know how
you're
I know?
wrong.
Because I
They
played
only
the
played
Super Bowl in a
Super
basement.
Bowl 23.
Okay,
That's it.
totally
Find
wrong.
another one.
They played one when Kenny Anderson was the
No, they
quarterback for the
didn't.
Cincinnati Bengals. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. Kenny Anderson never made it there.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Can we
Because
move
Kenny
on?
Anderson played in Pittsburgh's division, and Cincinnati never sniffed it. Neither did Houston. You numpty dipshit.
No need.
No, I'm only kidding. So, like I was saying with the chess, I got addicted to it right after I learned how to play, right? And I could relate to what you were saying, Nathan. I always wanted to play people that were better than me so I could up my game.
Yeah, just play one of your
So
kids.
that's-
Yeah, obviously, you're going to annihilate them. Obviously, when I play with my
Right.
daughter, I have to go out of my way to make poor moves to enable her to make good moves. In other words, it's the reverse of learning well. You're having to dumb down how you play so that your kid can learn. But that's not exactly fulfilling for me. But it is, because I'm not trying to get out of it the win. It's the joy of watching a child learn that game, which is for, I'm lost for words of how good that is. Literally,
Sorry,
I'm lost
Nathan.
for words.
Timeout. This takes precedence. Bengals all time. The two teams have met only 11 occasions since 1974, but San Francisco has defeated Cincinnati 8 times, including twice in the Super Bowl. Don't question me.
Really? What Super Bowls?
I just want to give a heartwarming moment to just between Adam and
1980,
myself.
and then the one with that you've seen in 88.
Was it in 1980?
Yeah, that wasn't yours. You're probably the one where Boom was quarterback in 88, 89.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I just
It's the
want
chess
to
thing.
leave this chess thing behind us. Just one little heartwarming thing. So last year, and it will happen in the next
No,
couple.
because I didn't get to say what I wanted to say.
Well, I'm just going to be 10 seconds. So one of the most heartwarming things ever was watching my eldest daughter play my elderly father at chess last Christmas. So that'll happen this Christmas in the next couple of days. My dad's in his 80s, obviously very frail and old. And my youngest daughter's not even fully developed. But watching them play chess last year, there was something truly magical about it. I don't know what it was, but it gave me goosebumps. It's giving me goosebumps just thinking about it now. Anyway, I just wanted to put that in because it's heartwarming.
I'm sorry, Nathan. I didn't mean to
You should
sully
be.
your
God damn you.
your memory.
Outrageous that you should talk through my heartwarming thing. I'm trying to be seen to be kind and gentle. Bloody hell.
I should be reading your mind better. Yeah. Sorry about that. But no, what I was going to say is when I played my friend, we can't play anymore. Like, we haven't played because the competition got too fierce. You see, we were both at the same level when we started. No, we both started playing chess. I started when I was a kid, he started when he was a kid. But we didn't meet each other and start playing each other until some years later. We were both adults. But it got so bad that now we can't play. Because what happened is that the two of us would play each other. And when we first started playing, like, if he got 3 or 4 of my good pieces and a couple of my pawns, that'd be, I'm losing, right? Whereas it got to the point where if he even got one of my pawns, or worse again, or even more nuanced than that, right, got a better position with his pawns and broke my wall in some way, or got his positions better than me, I knew at that point, I could know 45 minutes before the end that this game is more than likely over. Right? And it's like, you know it's over, but you keep playing and you know he's in, and you need him to make a mistake.
Yep.
That's what you need. Otherwise, it's over.
Yep.
And the good chess players can give up after 3 moves because they know this other person is not going to make that mistake that they need for them to get out of
to
this
round
spot.
this out on something heartwarming, and instead, Brian has highlighted the most irritating part of chess that there is. Because either you are that guy that turns the board over because you're just a belligerent little child deep down, or you reach the point in the game where you know there's only one outcome. It's very binary. One of you is going to lose. And as Brian puts it, you're in that position where you know you're waiting for a mistake that is probably not going to come, and you've still got to play.
Nathan, maybe I could bring it back to a more... I alluded to, I'll be playing chess this Christmas as well, as I've described. And I'll probably be more now applying Brian's logic to the game. But what's nice and what made me smile when you said it is remembering the games with Leo. And exactly what you're doing right now is throwing it away, making sure you don't do the move that you think, oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And helping your kid. They're the good things. And they're the moments with your kid. As you see that when they do spot the weakness in you and smash you, and you get pride from getting smashed from your kids.
Yeah. But the other thing is that moment is a dreadful feeling. And it's the point where our opponents, just to bring this back onto the actual discussion, they can see the inevitable. That's where this started, right? They know it's coming. The wall's been broken. But the conclusion hasn't been made that the king hasn't been knocked over yet. Do you know what I mean? So if they can just keep the pawn that they've got left moving around the board long enough, right, eventually someone's going to get sick of it. And they're hoping you'll turn the board over, basically. That's what's happening, isn't it?
That's it. They want to dozy-do, repeat, go back to the same thing 7 times and force a stalemate in any debate. And that... it's the only they don't enter chess anymore to win. Because they know they can't win. They only enter to force a stalemate nowadays.
Right. That's the other good thing. This will make Brian smile if you're fond of chess, which is to say that, you know, at that point where you described your wall got broken, we all know what that is metaphorically in a game of chess, right? Or if you play chess, at least to some degree, you'll know what Brian's referring to. At that point, there's a good chance, more likely than not, that that's Brian in this circumstance, hasn't made a mistake. That is to say that when you end up in that position, there's always that bloody moment where essentially the person opposite you has outplayed you. Either they've lured you into doing something that you've inadvertently left yourself with you all broken, but inevitably, it's not because you've done something. I mean, it might be sometimes you just make a mistake, and at that point, you're huffing after you've made your own move. But that's not what Brian's describing, right? My point is that in that scenario, it is just a test of the other person's intelligence. When I say it's unlikely that they'll make a mistake, the same thing applies. You're not necessarily going to get to that point where your wall's broken because you're just dumb and you've made a stupid mistake. Yeah? It's not like that. You're just up against someone better than you. They've outthought you. They've been one step ahead of you when you made that last move, or 3 moves earlier, more likely, to put you in a position where your wall gets broken. That's not because you've been dumb. It's just they're smarter than you. Hence, it's better to be up against someone like that. So you have to process things better to win, if you know what I mean. But in debate, very different scenario, right? It's not that they're going to get to a point where they're outmaneuvering you in debate. Their heads can come off immediately. And then it is just a non-stop wrangle-dangle. It's like, no, this game that you think you're now playing, the start of the game was the wall was broken immediately and the king was taken immediately.
What do they do? What do they do? They go back. They're good chess players, the people that do these things, and they know they've lost. And just like in chess, when you know you've lost, you're left with 2 options. You can either kick your king over, rage quit, or you keep playing, but you play in a more desperate way. break your own rules that you know. Yeah, you take chances. You drop your own standards of chess. Try and elucidate a mistake in your opponent, which is what they do. You're desperate. You know you've lost. The only hope now is to distract and make your opponent. Yeah, throw a bishop sacrifice, throw these things in desperation to make your opponent make the mistake, and that's what we're up against. Yeah. Chess is quite a nice analogy, really.
It is. It is.
Well, there's a famous, well-known chess. She's a grandmaster at this stage, called Susan Polgar. She's from Eastern Europe. I think she could be Lithuanian, or maybe Polish, but she's from Eastern Europe. And she said, I've never bet. Sorry,
Coventry,
Bulgarian.
Coventry.
Who cares?
Yeah, but she's the point is that she started playing as a little kid in these really smoky, coffee-filled chess rooms that her father would bring her to, and she got so good that she said that this is what she said. She said, "I've never bet a well man." She said, every guy I ever bet throughout the years, up until the point of being a real professional level, always had a bad stomach or a sore leg or something. She said, every guy she ever bet would not accept that they just lost. They always had some excuse as to why their game wasn't on par that day. So, no, she just bet you it's over. You know what I mean? But it's that lack of being willing to accept, no, you just lost. That's it.
We call those race car driver excuses. Oh, the suspension wasn't quite. Oh, the tires weren't quite warmed up. Oh, the engine wasn't quite right. No, you just lost.
Yeah, that's what happened. Hey, sir, it's about that time. Excellent presentation by Brian. Just outstanding. I hope the people that listen to it will take it in, because it's not that difficult to understand. It's a very easy argument once you break it down into its individual pieces, and there's not that many pieces. So you can deal a death blow to every single anti-flat earther, any gravity supporter, and that cherry on top, any of the incoherent dielectric accelerators. You know, the ether clowns, and just deal a death blow for them. So, Nathan, sir, would you take us home by chance?
I could, but hopefully without protestation, I can give you a description of the ether sensation, which is a manifestation of the variation when viewing libration, and the perturbation in the variation of the background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation, because perception of the visualization of light emanation in the rotation toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuation shows their Maxwellization propagation with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view the Michelson-Morley experimentation showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation in atmospheric stratification. By interpretation, and that is a minimalization of the ether explanation. And if you lack comprehension, it's because of your education. Did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theora hypothesization. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980. Thank you very much for watching Ballbusters. A massive thank you to today's Discord panel for making the live show possible. Of course, a massive thank you to our illustrious host, Quantum Eraser. I have been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Super Bowl 16 and Super Bowl 23, if you want to know.
I didn't think we'd ever get there, but Brian brought the cowbell.
That was awesome. Well done, Brian.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a very simple argument. It's just that there's a lot of nuances that they're going to try and bring into it. I'm sure the Ethereans will even attempt something, but There's nothing can be done. There's no way around it. It's checkmate.
Did my ether spiel so QE could trim it out off of Ballbusters.
That was excellent, Nathan. I didn't want to say anything because
I
it
love
just
it.
finished. Yeah.
I listened to. Sorry, I listened to the little short that you have on your channel, Nathan, and I was rolling around laughing for a while after that. That was really good.
He's in the Merovingian in Matrix. It's like wiping your ass with silk.
Darn, Nathan, I had that friggin'. Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. Nathan, I had that lined up. Your mirror? I had that lined up getting ready to play when you dove right into it live.
Well, that's what I thought. I anticipated that that's exactly what you would do. And I thought, well, sod it, I've got it on the iPad. I'll just read it off. Why not? I like saying it because it's so convoluted, nonsensical, and an actual semi-accurate description of what ether is. I quite like that.
Yeah.
And I probably won't get to
Yeah.
say it again. So I thought, sod it. There's been a bit of an ether demonstration, demolishment in Brian's, presentation. Well, so I'll drop it in at the end.
Yeah, it was perfect. I was just getting ready to hit play. And I thought that it started playing on its own because you started saying it. Too funny, man. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
QE, did you hear me? 16 and 23.
Yeah,
for
I
God's
got you,
sake,
Neil.
with the football already. I would have talked through you, but it would have made it even worse.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You can waller in this one, Neil. I'm getting
Well, he's
fucking.
hyper specific, so
I'm getting
the extra
friggin' C now. The 6-0 is coming up fast, so it's all downhill from here.
Neil, I can't blame you, mate. You've got one over on QE. I would not let it go. Just keep going.
I wouldn't either.
You see, you set
Thanks,
yourself
thanks.
up as a target, don't you? When you're wise and knowing and giving out all these good evidence, people just waiting to get one over on your QE.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you
know.
fucking Super Bowl retard. Do you not know anything?
Yeah, bloody
You're
Super
talking
Bowl
shit.
idiot. God, I thought you were a football fan.
But I
I'm
won't-
so disappointed in you, QE.
Hold on. Got something better. The Steelers are playing right now, QE. Oh,
Shut the
sorry.
hell up,
I
Neil.
don't know what the score is.
When the nose rubber gets his nose rubbed in.
The nose rubber, you like that, Flatsy? You like that irony, don't
Yes.
you? Yeah.
Lean into it, Neil. Lean in.
Lean in.
But that's the thing, isn't it? Right? Just to draw a parallel with our opponents, the reason you can rub QE's nose in it, and I'm not doing this to rub your nose in it, just so that's clear at the beginning.
No, that's fine. We're good.
Sure.
No, I'm being serious. I'm not. It's because he's let his guard down. It's not that important. It's not crucial. We're not arguing about something that's going to change the world. You're dealing with Neil, right? So it's not, the stakes are lower. That's the problem when the people who come into our ring face. Now there's going to be a tipping point. Now, I keep mentioning Mark Sargent's illusion that there's 10% of the population who think the Earth's flat. I don't know if I believe that stat. But there will be, at some point, there's a tipping point where the element of surprise takes over. And then there's a fear of that being made to feel stupid by a flat earther. Because you're a surprise. It's devil's advocate. You're the hand up Mona Lisa's skirt, right? People don't see you coming when you suddenly call them. Like that guy, he's going to go down as an example of this. He didn't know that one of the first things that I'd encountered was a guy I lived with, a tutor. When I first left home, I lived with one of the tutors at the college I went to. Robbie O'Hare, his name was. And as soon as I came out as a flat earther, he got in touch with me to tell me they could see the moon buggy. I shit you not. So I'm like, all right, that's how I got to rip that guy a new one. Because I'd been through, it took me about a month. I got in touch with them, they were closed. So it took a while, but eventually I got in touch with them and they gave me all of the stats and the arc measurements for the arc seconds measurements for the moon buggy, and scoffed at the fact that I would want to see it in their telescope, as my friend had told me he had. Like this guy did. Now, I didn't call my ex-housemate / tutor at a college a liar at the time. I just went and investigated it. But he's reliant on that ignorance that I would have been in the position to be ridiculed for by a guy who's a claimed neurosurgeon, because he's, well, Right, the stakes are very low with this idiot flat earther. I have seen the moon buggy. Until suddenly your wall's been broken. What's going on here? Why am I being called a stupid Dumbo religion tard? What's going on? Why am I called a liar? What's going on? Hold on. That will induce fear in people. And there will come a tipping point where there's plenty of flat earthers that know that that's a load of old garbage because they've spent plenty of time around the subject and they know that ain't true. So when guy with low stakes, oh, I'm talking to a flat earther, oh, I've seen the moon buggy, I'm going to call you a liar. Suddenly there's 5 people around him glaring at him because he's had the audacity to lie about something that's fundamental to the world, and 2 of the 5 people are actually flat earthers, and suddenly he feels like a complete dick liar, because he is. But they don't recognise that danger when the stakes are low. Like QE, it's football, it doesn't affect my world that much if I get this wrong, and I'm prepared to put my reputation on it, is not what he said, but we were so bullshit to Neil that it sounded like it, right? But because the stakes are low, right? So that wasn't a dig at QE. I'm sure you all saw that wasn't.
Did the guy actually see? I was confused when I first heard him talk about the moon, because he first said Mars, right? And then because he said the rover on Mars. I don't know what he was. I'm sure he wasn't talking about seeing that, except maybe via video. And then he went to the moon. And now, did he say he's seen that through one of his telescopes? I didn't get all that background pedigree.
Okay, the background pedigree, right? He did say this is his story. I look through friend's telescope. I see flashing reflection off, obviously, the moon buggy. Therefore, I've seen moon buggy. That's his claim.
Got it.
So he said flashback. So I've seen the flashback.
I know he did.
And I'm like,
yeah,
flashback? You mean what, like the movie? No. What he means is he's seen a flash. Therefore, he's seen the moon buggy. Bollocks, has he?
Yeah, he's a real neurosurgeon.
Maybe, I don't care.
What? That dude's not a neurosurgeon.
Doesn't matter.
For God's sake, he can barely tie his shoes.
Right, this works both ways, doesn't it? Adam often pulls this card. Doesn't matter what his accreditation is. There's very seldom you'll hear Adam saying his accreditation or his accreditation's not the right word, is it? Qualification. That's the right word. Because does it matter? My argument stands alone.
Yes, obviously.
Right, so does it matter if he appealed to it? Now, if he's falsely appealing to something that makes no difference either way, who cares?
Well, what happened with him, Nathan, I tried to say this, but because you were so in the moment, I tried to get it in, but I don't think you heard it. But I couldn't really say it, right? Was that he came up with that flashback thing after you were disproving him being able to see the actual moon buggy itself at that distance within that paradigm. That if there was a moon buggy on the moon and it was 38,000 miles away, you wouldn't be able to see it with any telescope because its angular size is just too small, right? It was after that he came up with the flashback claim. So he changed his claim because he first claimed to be able to see the moon buggy itself.
He did
now,
make
you
it
probably
through.
spotted that anyway.
That did make it through. You said that's not what he said earlier, and I did interpret that to mean what you said. Because what he's done, he's smashed together, there's a retro reflector left on the moon reflecting back light. When you send a massive stream of laser beams from a giant dedicated tower and they claim to get 1 or 2 photons back, that's akin to you looking through your mate's telescope and getting a quote-unquote flashback. He's just smashing 2 things together when he was called on the angular resolution, because I was so outright confident about I've done the measurements, because I had, in terms of what you would require to see it. You couldn't do it with Hubble. I told him that with a qualification that let him know that I had done it exactly as I'd said I'd done it, and therefore he had to change his rhetoric to retro reflectors. How can I smash this into my already called out as a lie story? I saw the flashback was what went through his mind. I mean, I can even read the cognition of what he's done in terms of his rhetoric that he smashed together on the spot when called out as a liar. You know, we've done this for so many years now that you know the process of cognition they're going through as they're being called out as a liar. Why they're fumbling and stumbling and stuttering. Because, as I say, at one stage, the stakes were low and they were going to have a good chuckle at a few flat earthers that are talking about whatever we were talking about at the point that he came in. That would be interesting to see. At the point that he thought, I'll chirp up here, probably because it's close to Christmas, we're rounding out what's going to be replayed on Christmas Day show, and we're probably being quite jovial. And I've said it all along. That's the point, that they think, hey, this'll be a shooting fish in the barrel exercise. I'll just go in and tell them, excuse me, gentlemen, wishing your fond subscribers a happy Christmas. Spherical. It's low stakes, right, for him? Until it's not. And then he's stuttering and stammering and trying to mash his stories together and lying about seeing things he knows damn well he hasn't. But when the stakes are low, he has seen it. In his mind, he has. And why would you think you can't? It's definitely there. So it's not a high stakes lie to say he's seen it, even though in his own rhetoric he wouldn't be able to. He doesn't know that because he doesn't know his own rhetoric that well. So it doesn't seem like a high stakes lie to say he has seen it. When I'm undoubtedly, like with any lie, there's a foundation of truth it will be built on. His mate does have a telescope. He has looked at lights in the sky. He did look at the moon. It was under great magnification. They did have a little laugh about seeing the moon, the buggy on the moon, and therefore he's seen it because he's got enough story to back it. You know, he's got his rhetoric all lined up with how his mate's telescope's got this and that and the other. You know, he's got his story lined up because that's probably true. Doesn't mean the lie he told when it was low stakes is not going to get called out and leave him stuttering and stammering. It did.
Well, he would have kept on saying it and giving the people the impression that it really happened if you didn't have the information and the experience in dealing with this kind of stuff to take it apart. You knew because you used to have a telescope and used to look at the sky, and you knew because your friend, the guy you used to live with, you knew that because you had to do the research that no, first of all, you won't see it, and secondly, we don't have, outside of me going out and looking up at the celestial bodies or putting up a pair of binoculars to look at them, that's the closest we're going to get to three-dimensional view of the celestial bodies. So
you don't need that knowledge, Brian.
Just say that guy.
Just tell him that you'll just need a flat earth for that.
We would these days. Back in the day when Robbie O'Hare was telling me I can see the moon buggy, or I saw the moon buggy from Goonhilly Observatory, was this very specific claim, hence me getting in touch with Goonhilly Observatory. Say, well, I want to look at it too then, please. Nope. But meanwhile, that guy just is an interesting story. I mentioned that he was a tutor, so that it makes sense when I tell this story, because there's a part of it that you'd have to know that fact for it to make sense, right? So he was my housemate, and his girlfriend at the time had a car, but I wasn't old enough to drive, so I was 16. I'd left home, I don't know, however long ago, but wasn't old enough to drive. Was old enough to be living in a house with a whole other load of blokes. Anyway, this guy Robbie, my tutor, walked into one of the lessons one day in drama school and spoke to the other tutor and said, can Nathan be excused for a minute? And of course, because he's a tutor, the tutor, no worries, struck me off the register and I walked. What he then proceeded to do was stick a bag over my head and bundle me into the back of a Fiat Uno and then drive to somewhere up north, like Newcastle, somewhere miles away, right? Against my will, essentially kidnapped me from college. This is my tutor that I lived with. Him and his girlfriend kidnapped me in this unit, which broke down. Now, she had AA, so we got to our destination where there was a chick waiting for me that basically wanted to sleep with me. That was the whole point of him kidnapping me. It was actually how I lost my virginity. This is my how I lost my virginity story.
Oh, brother.
Well, I very rarely get to talk about Robbie O'Hare, and that was a pretty significant part of my life when that particular incident happened. Anyway,
when you got there, what was his name?
Her name, I don't actually remember, which is terrible.
Brian.
She was definitely female.
There was a point you were making there before we got into Nathan's cherry popping story, which is quite unique. I quite like that, Nathan.
I did. That was pretty cool.
And slightly mixed up as well. But there you go.
Well, go on. You interrupted. Fuck.
That was it. Unless you want me to get into the actual experience of the coitus itself, there wasn't much more to the story.
Oh, brother.
My point was pre-coitus.
Coitus.
Yeah.
Means before fucking.
Thanks, Nathan. I was going for a more subtle entrance into the coitus.
Or subtle entrance into the coitus. Just use your words
Get on it.
wisely.
Get on it then. If you're going to want
It's
that.
called the Big Lebowski. Never mind. Go on.
No, there was a point that was related to. We were talking there, and we talk about this highway. You'll need flat earth for that. You can only use that if you've got all of this knowledge. I'm coming more and more to the statement I want to make on that. Yeah, it's fine if you're Nathan Oakley, if you're me, if you're Brian, if you're etc. You know what? Nah. If you're one of the newbies, if you're not schooled and you haven't got the knowledge, I think you're an idiot to use it. It's like listening to somebody go, "What's your hypothesis for that?" Yeah. Back in the day when they didn't know what it was, and I think I
agree.
Encourage people to do it without the knowledge is
I totally agree.
Setting them up.
And maybe I tried to qualify that once on one of the shows. So my explanation was to say, if you're interested in just finding that fact out, then, hopefully immediately you'll glean that from one of the Flat Earth debate shows or the Ballbusters shows or whatever you're watching that involves us. As we move forward, I can't just expect you to just do it at my behest. It's just going to be something that will, slowly evolve into the way that we present. That is to say that Joe Normie comes along and the first impression he gets is, oh, Earth's measured flat then. Oh, it functions flat then. I see. However, that's for what that guy should do. He should get on with his day, not go to next man with the belief that he can then convert that guy into his now understanding that Earth is measured flat. You're going to need a flat Earth for that being the example you're giving, right, Adam? And no, if you want to reach the tip of the spear, you've got to stick around. Potentially join the Discord server, get involved with the conversation, get involved with a few pummelings where you lose to the better chess player. That's what you got to do if you want to go out there into the great wide world and start telling them they're going to need a flat Earth for that. Keep your mouth shut. Yeah, it's flat, but are you going to be a flat Earth evangelist? That's what we used to call Spurs chemo, flat Earth evangelists. Remember? Yeah. Well, he's also.
I held his name out of that on purpose.
Right, but
yeah,
he was the example.
That was the high point.
We used to describe it metaphorically as a chainsaw, knowing that the scientific method required you to have an independent variable if you're claiming causality for an effect observed in nature. If there is no effect observed in nature / concrete noun claim, something that's not cause and effect related, and you start asking for an independent variable, you're chopping your own arms off with that chainsaw. The chainsaw being the understanding of the scientific methodology. Well, that's the same sort of level of embarrassment of hearing somebody say, you're going to need a flat Earth with that, because they've had a cursory glance at what we do. So, that is a danger. But I would actually rather a few people chop their own arms off with it, Adam, like Spurs.
No, you see, I want to keep the chess analogy. If at the first point you think you've won, chess analogy, with all this, if you start shouting it out because you think you've only got 5 moves to go, actually, the third move things change. You look a bit of a divvy, and that's my concern with it. That the people exactly is what you're saying. You're saying go out and do it, go out and use that thing and look a bit of a divvy, and I just. It's a very sharp tool, but like to use it's not actually, to me, the tool. It's a boast. Yeah, when you know you've got the tools lined up, when you know you've got 5 moves and you've got them in checkmate. But until you're that sure, and that requires knowledge, it's a bit like leaning back at your opponent going, "You're done, mate. Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth for that." That's
in the analogy.
It's
it's the guy in the Lamborghini leaning out the car window, screaming, "You're going to need a flat Earth with that." But there's actually no one on the road below having the little battle. In the analogy, on the under roads, that's the analogy, because it's the metaphorically, you're the guy on the road underneath, having worked your way to the end, That's learning all the arguments. And then some guy comes past going, you're going to need a flat earth with that. In other words, oh, had I have known that at the beginning, I wouldn't have had to learn all of this. But if you're going to debate it, you damn well better know it all, because if you do, you're going to find yourself with only the highway you just came along to know it's flat at the end of it. Well, you might know it's flat intrinsically, it's measured flat, but do you know why they would assert that the tangent point to the horizon would get around you claim that it's measured flat because navigation's flat? What about a tangent? Oh, suddenly you're fucked. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, you do need the winding road experience to be able to get around that and point out that there's no GP meeting it on the ground when they just throw a tangent at you and you're just dumbfounded because you knew that the celestial navigation argument worked. You knew that your angles had to be taken from a plane and the horizon was used to establish said horizontal plane of reference. But when they threw a tangent at you, suddenly you're dumbfounded. Yeah, don't go around preaching it just because you know. Keep that to yourself. You know, unless you've got a good grasp of all the arguments that he might have thrown at you in rebuttal when you throw that somebody's way. So yeah, I'm completely with you.
I tried on 24/7 the other night, and I was trying to hold him to the elevation angle because of the tangent thing they try and throw at you. But then I got rumpused by other people saying, you know, can you define an angle? When I was trying to really pin him to the elevation angle. I need to get better.
That's a nuance. Yeah, Adam's been banging that drum as well. It's not an angle, it's an elevation angle. It's specific to celestial navigation. It's not triangulation. Oh, wow, I'm getting to the poetry. I'll write this down.
There's a small book coming.
Yeah.
Well, no, it is the elevation angle, and QE has been the one who banged it on the most, who banged on about it the most, and he's 100% correct to do it. Is that it's not two lines meeting at a vertex, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. It's a right-angled triangle. That's how it is defined. You can check it out, or how it's described. That's what it has to be. So when they try and say that the elevation, the celestial navigation elevation angle is just two lines meeting at a vertex, because they need it to be just two lines meeting at a vertex for them to start claiming a tangent.
Right, okay. Yes, that's
and
great.
This is denying a lot of other stuff. But, yeah.
When Kiwi gets them to tie it down to a right angle triangle, what's the next pawn sacrifice? You know, Brian?
Well, they don't have one.
No, they do. They've got to move.
Come on.
The next move is give me the height of the star then.
Oh, well, yeah. But, sorry, they do try that. But the problem is that you must know that once they've accepted this right angle triangle, that them saying give me the height of the star is outside the realm of what's claimed in celestial navigation. And it's just a red herring from their concession.
It's also part of their. That's what I was going to say at the ending part. It's part of their concession. Once they start demanding the height of the star because it's a right angle triangle, doesn't matter if you're going to infer the height outside of the bounds of celestial navigation, which doesn't need the height. They're still accepting a flat plane.
But that doesn't matter to them, Paul.
I know.
Nice to Paul.
Adam, when that happened last on the debate, right? It was refracted curvature. And he got so exasperated, you say it doesn't matter to them. Do you know what he said? I wrote it down and quoted it loads since. He says, in his exasperation, you guys need a flat plane more than we do.
Right. So 3 more moves have occurred in this time, and the board has changed. You thought you was about to make checkmate, but they've bullshitted you with their double pawn sacrifice. The board's changed now. That's what they played you for, Paul. With their, please go and define an angle it's different to an elevation angle. Yeah, that's their pawn sacrifice. You chase them and kill them, hunt them down. Yeah, like Brian would do, winning, because the board keeps changing. You've lost your point. You've lost your win. They make this sacrifice. Oh yeah, you know what? Paul, you are right. An elevation angle is different to an angle. Anyway, let's agree to disagree, because we've been here in an hour and a half debating angle and elevation angle. I'm happy with that sacrifice.
Then a subject change later. You'll be asked how you can plot out these McToon angles using a flat Earth. Like literally in the next debatable point that comes your way, Paul.
Yeah, once they start addressing the elevation angle being a right angle triangle, that's the end of that. You don't need to go any further than that. You don't need to know about celestial navigation after that. That's all you need to know. That much. That's all you need to know. Because after that, they have nothing. The right angle part of that right angle triangle is going to be at the GP point of the celestial body. That means there's a horizontal measurement between the observer and the GP point of the celestial body. That's the end of that. You don't need to go further. But what happens is that a lot of flat earthers then end up in the wrangled angle, as Nathan says, with a lot of nonsense about how the measurements would fit on such a mapper. It's nonsense. All the maps are based around a globe projection to begin with. Well, and the globe projection is based around flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. So you just need to go back to that. Do you know what I mean? You don't need to go past the elevation angle once you fully understand that it's a right angle triangle, not just two lines meeting at a vertex. Once you fully understand that, and you can define that and show the definitions for it, which are out there. That's what it is. It's not just two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Now, obviously, I often will, before they even get to that point, I'll often bring them to the dip correction, but that's more something I like to do. But the right angle triangle, that's it. It's over. Once they address that, it's over. But if you don't see that it's over at that point, then it's like you have them in check, and you don't realize that one move later it's over, or two moves later it's over. If you don't realize that, then they'll get out. That's about the size of it.
Paul, are you there?
I was
Yep.
going to reintroduce Paul, but
Did you ask them at any point to, okay, would you please make the distinguishment for me? Because we could go into a diatribe of an assumption of what they mean, give them a million definitions to prove what we've assumed they mean with this porn sacrifice they've made. For me, I would just say, could you just please define your distinguishment between the two?
Yeah, I didn't really press them very well. I don't go on 24/7 very much, and I don't have any roles, and there were other people there also talking to him, so it got a bit convoluted. I should have pressed him harder, yeah. But
I'm not critiquing what you did. I asked
when
whether you
someone
said
claims that you
was
have to know, when someone claims you have to know your latitude to, calibrate your scales, that's just so funny.
And if that was the rebuttal, I'd ask him for him to please explain to me what the distinguishment between an angle and an elevation angle is, because he's the one that's brought this into the conversation. Could he please explain the distinguishment and why it's relevant? I think there's a point where
they won't be able to.
where you want to demonstrate your knowledge to destroy them, and we can be too eager to do that at times because we do have the knowledge. It's better to let them define their claim, and if you're in any doubt, unsure, make them define it again. Listen to the debates, listen to Nathan, yeah, or before he jumps, yeah, maybe not always, but yeah, but certainly, but from my point of view, that's always before I'll jump. I make sure the opponent. I did it the other day when I was playing the Ethereum. I really did ask you guys to make sure of a specific point, which I then brought back to you. And that's what I do. If they're bullshitting like this and offering you a pawn sacrifice, just ask them to confirm what it is that they're sacrificing. Yeah? And they'll shit it there because this is a pawn sacrifice. They want you to do that. They want you to go and give you all these alternative explanations. Yeah? Don't need to, do we?
go on, Paul.
Yeah, well, he was scattergunning, and I just didn't hold him to any specific point. But as I say, there were two or three other people in there asking him questions as well, so it got a bit tricky, to be honest. That was my first. I think it was my first interaction with a Glober on 24/7, because last couple of times, I had interactions with Sheepdog talking about, whether I knew enough about the globe paradigm or not. If you remember that, Nathan and others.
Yeah, although
Another dirty
based on
trick, isn't it?
based, sorry, go on, Adam.
So it's another dirty trick. Yeah. Do you know enough about? You see what I mean? It's designed psychologically to put you on the back foot. The burden of proof's on you. Whatever now has been thrown into you, put it back to them. That's what I'm saying there. They throw this
but this is the position that flat earthers on 24/7. At least some of them, they want you to know David Weiss's presentation off by heart. You know, all of the circumference and stuff. And you know, I just said, well, I mean, how did they get that circumference in their calculation? And he just wasn't having it.
Why do I need to know that? Okay, it's important, is it? Okay, why is it important for me to know that circumference?
Maybe I know it, Adam, what he's saying is, Paul's trying to reposition the question to achieve what you're suggesting he does. He's saying, well, how did they achieve said circumference? You say I should know. Do you see how he's trying to reposition the question so that they have an appreciation at the end of this inquiry how a flat earth would be required? But he's saying that by simultaneously not answering their question. He's decrying, it's admirable because he's decrying the necessity to answer it. As a flat earther, so I need to know all about Scientology to get through the door of this flat earth arena? What the hell? But he's also positioned it such that they suddenly, if they'd have recognised what he was asking them, which clearly they didn't, otherwise he wouldn't be phrasing it this way. Well, how is it that we acquire said circumference value, right, Paul?
Yeah, and I think that's why we would benefit from going on 24/7 in our own section, or maybe just hop on the live stream to visit on occasion, because a lot of flat earth people on there, this guy at the time was a silver flat earther and now he's a gold plus, are not presenting the measured flat earth arguments. Put it that way.
Adam's keen. Go ahead.
I'm not attacking you, Paul. I'm just hearing the two arguments, and what I'm hearing is, do I want to dodge the question, or do I want to bat it back? Yeah, or do I want to smash it back at them? Now, and that's what I'm suggesting is just a change in tact. I know Paul knows the arguments. And what I'm hearing is somebody who's too polite, if I'm being honest, and should just put the question back to them, not assume they've got a level of intellect that means they can interpret that rebuttal. I would be more aggressive, is what I'd say. I'm not.
Okay, all right. Well, let me just draw a distinguishment. In general terms, if you're going to win the argument, if you're going to win your position or take their pawn, then yeah, you're right. You've got to be more aggressive. Okay, yeah, I agree. But for Paul specifically, his place here is one where he's managed to get himself in front of people by being amiable. Is that the right word? Amiable. I think it is.
Yes.
Right. Anyway, by being aggressive, as you put it, you can come across as less amiable when you're trying to make friends and influence people, as Paul is doing. Sorry to speak on your behalf, Paul.
The problem, Paul, is not that... I don't think the problem is that Paul is being denied. I think the problem is that Paul is trying to have an honest discussion or debate, and he's dealing with people who just want to bullshit him. And that's the difference. It's like you can't have a debate against somebody who's making a point of not being honest. It's not a debate at that point. You both have to have an argument, and if the other side doesn't have an argument and their tactics, if they only have tactics, then it's not a debate, is it? Because there's no point going to be proven at the end other than either the only thing that will be proven at the end is that their tactics got past you or you proved them to have only tactics. It doesn't get anywhere. So, like, I could speak with Paul and Paul could give me a totally fine debate. You know what I mean? And so that doesn't mean Paul is not able to debate correctly. It means that the people he's trying to debate and where he's trying to debate him, you won't find debates there. Do you know what I mean? You're wasting your time in these kind of places looking for a bit of honesty, or you know what I mean? You're not going to find it. You're going to run headlong into a load of beliefs and believers and bullshitters. And sorry for the language, but that's what you're going to run into.
Well, aggression ain't the problem, because I was there for that conversation. And I told the guy he was full of shit, and he just doubled down on his shittery. Further to that, Like even Miggy, bro. Like if you presented this presentation that you just presented here today to Miggy, I would wonder how he would take it because he and I got into it over gas having weight or not. Same
Who's
thing
Miggy?
with
Sorry, just for context, who's Mickey?
Alpha Veritas. Alpha Veritas. He's a moderator over there.
He's a 24.
That's
He's a
Mickey,
And,
weak snatcher, apparently.
because
Miggy is a
there's
24
nothing.
hour. Sorry, just for context. Miggy is
Okay,
a 24/7 Discord server moderator.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an old schooler, and me and him are good friends.
Right. So
yeah.
and
And
right,
then
is it just
also
Phil?
it was
Phil,
Celestial.
before you add to that, that's a major issue what you just said there.
Yeah.
Before we go to further indictments, if there's as Discord server purporting to be flat earthers, who have got an issue with gas having weight and they're debating it, they should shut their mouths until they resolved it. Maybe use the internet and Google shit. I don't know, but for anybody to be holding that as a debate and then having not resolved it, they could then question Brian's presentation. Questions their foundation and their ability to question it. If you've not resolved that debate and you're still having it on your server, how can you dare question Brian's presentation? This is the numptiness we're dealing with.
Do you know what this is? Biblically speaking, right? We are in the house of flat Earth, and there are charlatans who have set up tables and shops inside the house of flat Earth. And Adam, in this metaphor, is turning over the tables and calling them all charlatans and conmen, whilst slightly pissed.
But how can they sit in judgment? Yeah, if we're going to keep the biblical metaphor, this is
Wait a second.
the height of Dunning-Kruger. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to say that what you're saying about it is wrong. Fucking idiots.
Stop swearing.
And they just demonstrated it. We're not live.
No, I'm recording. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
Oh, you are. So, Nathan, sorry.
Standard, Adam. We're trying to keep the standard.
Are you trying to say Miggy was on the opposite side of this? Whoever
Yes, Miggy was trying to shut me down and claim that I didn't know what I was talking about because I said gas was weightless.
I'll take care of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in there again and clean house like I did when they did that.
No, you're
Yes,
not cleaning house. I'll talk to
go in there
Miggy.
and clean house, baby.
Also,
You couldn't clean Little Miss Muffet.
What do you mean? Hold on. Why is Neil? Hold on. Why is Neil deemed not competent enough to go 24/7 and kick ass? You are absolutely 100% qualified enough to do that, Neil. Knock yourself out. You would clean house.
If he does that, he's only indicting himself. I got everything.
No,
from
don't worry. I'll take care of Miggy. He just probably hasn't heard a good argument.
To be fair, at this point, you did preface this right at the start.
You go on.
You did preface this right at the start by saying he's a good friend of mine. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, I'll take care of Miggy.
Fine. Consensus bollocks, right? QE. Does anybody should they have any respect if within their server they're debating this? Yeah, they don't. What are they doing? Are they just simply demonstrating they don't understand it? Yeah, or is this something to debate? Is the question I'll ask you.
I don't know.
Don't worry, Matt. I'm going in.
I've been trying to debate it on my show for like a week.
I had someone else on it. I think it's AJ. Hello, AJ. Go ahead.
Hello.
No, AJ. I put a question to QE, right? And he said, I don't know. So I'll put the question again. Yeah? Serious, QE, mate.
I don't know. I have to hear the argument that was put forward that Just Bill had with him. I don't know.
Okay, the debating whether air.
I know what the debate is. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know
whether.
Oh my God!
I'm going to put the question to you.
I already know the fucking question. You already told me.
Well, you weren't sure, so I thought you needed repeating.
I didn't say I wasn't sure. I said I don't know because I wasn't there for the actual argument that Just Bill had with Miggy. Neither were you.
That's
touchy with friends.
That's Neil. Shut up. That's not my point. Let me ask the question again.
What?
What the hell is going off if on a Discord server that's supposedly flat earther in 2023 coming to 2024, a debate is allowed to exist on whether air has weight. Yeah, what the hell is going off there? Is that real? Yeah, is that realistic in 2023? Yeah, that we're having that debate and there are people allowing that debate and not just addressing the issues that whoever brings it in.
Yeah, Miggy.
Yeah,
Get him, Neil.
that's messed up,
Before
mate.
Neil starts kneecapping
Can
people
you
on
talk about what our
24/7,
problems
I am
are?
trying to build
That's your
bridges
problem.
there, actually.
Yes.
That's
Can
your
I
problem.
add something here that
Yes,
might
I
help
think
out, guys?
number one, let's
I've-
yes, let's get some order, right? Number one, let's acknowledge what Paul just said. Number one, yes, Paul's trying to build bridges. When I said amiable, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just want to acknowledge that. Yes, Paul. Number two, AJ, yes, you've been sat in the wings for ages trying to get a word in. You will continue to do so till you do. I'd prefer you just got your point through. Everyone else, please let him. Go ahead, AJ.
I was just going to say, I've spent a lot of time in the 24/7 room. I'm a silver in there, but I'm a mod in their politics server. I've had a lot to do with Miggy. I respect Miggy and the guys in there, but what I've found is that Miggy's a bit of a leader in that server, yeah? And he's got his 3-point takedown that he really likes to stick with. And if he believes that flat earthers are sort of going off onto a bit of a tangent now, whether that's about gas having weight, whether it's something that can be debated, just like Nathan, he really likes to stick to the hard facts, yeah? And that's his 3-point takedown. So what I noticed when I first went in there as a new person in the server, I didn't get a lot of opportunity to speak, yeah? We've got the main guys in there that speak, I suppose, like in here. We've got QE, we've got Nathan, we've got Adam. And when they did allow the newer guys to speak in the server, if it got off topic or it got to a point where they believed it wasn't going very well, then of course Miggy or one of the other guys would jump in. But from my experience, they've got their main guys have got their main points that they like to stick to, and they try to make all the other flat earthers stick to those main points. I suppose a little bit like what you guys do in here.
AJ,
Hold on, I'll run the
question on what you
ship
just
here.
said there, right?
Hold
mate?
on,
So,
hold on, Adam.
a
Hold
real
on, Neil. Hold on, Adam. Was there anything else, AJ, or was that it?
No, that was all I wanted to say. That
Thank
you know they've got their main points and they try to stick to them, and they.
Right. So with that, you said not things like whether gas holds weight. You like to stick to things that are factual, Nathan. That encompasses my issue here. And what should not be in question. Whether gas does or doesn't have weight should not be a point of conjecture. And if in that server it's maintained and denied to resolve the thing because it's viewed as contentious, then that server has a problem.
Well, the three questions they stick to is who in history has measured curvature drop over distance? Can we have gas pressure without containment? What are the other ones? There's three of them anyway. And generally, they're the three questions when someone comes in to discuss or debate that are stuck to. And if it sort of goes off that topic, especially with others that aren't sort of ranked in there, then the higher guys will take over and bring it back to that topic.
But see, they're contradicting themselves then.
Hold on, Brian. I'm sure Adam's desperate. I saw him come off mute about 4 times, but you'll go next. That is incorporated in the 3-point takedown if they're asking about gas pressure without containment, but there we go. Go ahead, Adam.
The point I heard was in your rebuttal and defence of them that viewpoint was considered contentious and not factual. That is an impression you're getting from me.
That might have been me misspeaking. Yeah, what I was trying to say is that they've got these 3 facts, these 3 points that they stick to that they know don't get beaten.
I got that. So AJ, just hear me then. I was to go on and bring up this within the servers and the mods. Would this topic of whether gas had weight or not be contentious amongst them?
I don't think it would be contentious. And I think that, if someone like QE or yourself or someone that they know that, you know what you're speaking about, you may have that opportunity. But most of the guys that aren't ranked in there, like I said, the conversation is sort of controlled a little bit and it's kept to those topics. And then, You know, and I've had it myself. I'll be talking and I'm not saying anything incorrect, but it's not on topic, and they'll just cut in over the top and say,
Hold
"Oh,
on,
I'll take
but
this one,
let,
AJ."
let me
So
let me say
let's
for
just keep
no,
it focused.
hold
Let's
on,
just
hold
Okay,
keep
on.
it.
hold on. Everyone stop for a
Biggie's
second. Everyone
3
stop. Everyone
points.
stop.
It's a
Everyone stop.
completely
Stop.
different thing.
Stop. Right. We're going to get Adam, because otherwise it
Dialogue.
will rumpus everyone. He's slightly drunk. Then Brian. Then into the break.
I like that as a weapon, if that's what's required. So with that in mind, I want to bring back when you first started speaking. So this is a problem then. This isn't a resolve point. Isn't a point of strength in this server. It's actually a point of actual discord. Yeah, use the word correctly. Yeah, it's a problem. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a problem. Look at Brian's presentation tonight. If you're not saying that they don't pick that up and use it, and that with some of the moderators would cause contention, and they would try and move it away and go back to those 3 points. That's kind of the problem we've got today in Flat Earth.
It might be, but you're missing the nuance of what AJ's putting across to you, saying that if there's an unknown entity that might just cause disruption to those main points they like to stick to keep things concise, they might shut it down. Now, in this instance, he qualified that by saying if it was me or you or QE, then they'd pick their ears up because they'd know you were in there to tell them something that was of importance. Now, I'm not saying that it wasn't of importance when Paul presented it, but even Paul himself was like, they don't know who I am. So they're not, like AJ said, when you're not necessarily a known quantity, you might have something to bring up, but they're going to want to stick to their main points because that's their main points and that's how they do it. Now, if we have an issue with it because it is actually a contentious issue when it shouldn't be, then that's the reason why when you went in, Adam, they might prick their ears up and go, oh, right, no, we didn't really appreciate that the whole gas having weight
But
thing.
Brian, not a main issue then, because this was the first point. They might have had some issue with some of Brian's presentation tonight. So
Well, Brian wants to get a word in here. So
and it doesn't. And there you go. If you're going to go to consensus opinion, whether it was me or you or Q, doesn't matter, does it? Listen to the words that are there. Listen to what you were given, the information. That's the point with the server then. If it requires a so-called naming flat earth, that's even more of a problem, if that's the mitigation.
Well, they haven't got the same policy as us. I mean, we've got Brian and into the break waiting to go. I'm sure AJ wants to get a response back in as well. Go on, Brian.
Okay, I won't hold it up too long into the break. I leave. Make sure you get your chance. I have to agree with Adam because my options are this. My options are either that Paul and Just Bill are not telling the truth, and because they didn't like what happened, so they're coming in here giving us some crazy just so story, or they're telling the truth. And I have to say, if they're in this server, and one of their questions, if it is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? And they want to then also have a debate about air having weight. They're in complete contradiction. It makes absolutely no sense to me that, and I am with Adam here, we're going into 2024 and flat earthers are arguing about how air can have weight. It makes absolutely no sense. It means that they don't understand gas behavior or they won't accept gas behavior for what it is. And they won't just learn what they need to learn. So I'm finished. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, Arwen, can you just remember your thought while into the break gets his word in, and maybe AJ gets to respond.
And it was just quick. It was just about. Thank you, Nathan. Sorry for overstepping you, but yeah, it was just about Miggy's 3 points, and those are just basically a short amended version of, the housekeeping questions, and it's just to make sure that the Gloober is the brief interaction that they have with a flat earther is so that they understand that they don't know what they even believe in, and it's to concede that it's just a pure belief that they have in the globe because they can't prove the distance to the sun, they can't prove a radius value, and they can't prove a refractive index, and they don't, or gravity, whatever, or that whatever causes that curved line of sight to the horizon.
Okay, well, Miggy, can I step in?
Yeah, so, but, and then I was, and it's like, what's the
step in here,
greatness
please?
of lying to oneself,
What's the problem? What's the overall problem? Is Miggy's an OG. He's an original gangster, right? Did he make a mistake on this? He might, but he's always on guard against horse shit, right?
The
He sticks to
indictment's
the
not against Miggy, against his
okay
mods.
against the mod. What mods?
Right. So as far as I understand, Just
Not
Bill's
according to Bill.
not said
According to
Miggy would have a problem with this. He said when Brian, loads of the mods would have a problem with Brian's presentation, not Miggy. That wasn't the accusation
Well, that's what I
No,
was going to
or the
say. I
question. The point I reason
think
I
he was
raised
doing
the
an
question
internal critique,
wasn't.
and he was asking about a balloon's weight.
Just
Yeah.
Bill, what did you experience in there? So we have some clarity.
Did Arwen,
yeah, it was
just before you
Miggy.
do, just Bill. Arwen, did
Go
you want
ahead.
to add something, and then just Bill?
I don't know if I can have the time, but
Is it on topic?
it's just that I've been talking about this subject, the gas not having weight and all that, for a week, and I don't get really. The only ones really kind of responding is Adam, who seems to follow my show, and is like this is a new thing. I've been doing this for such a long time. The subject's been I've been throwing it out there for like 2 years on a regular interval kind of thing, and a full week. And now we shouldn't be debating about it. I kind of like hearing that this is now a subject that is getting debated, because by debating it, however they do it, they at least tackle this complicated issue, because it is a very complicated, detailed issue. Like the whole conception of gas and what it does is very elusive and transparent, like in the wrong way.
You're
And
saying that?
so,
Hold on, let me just clarify what I'm saying. You're saying with respect to the audience that you interact with, because I know damn well it's not complicated or elusive to you, me, Adam, or anybody that would be arguing this point. But are you saying that's the general perception and has been for years, Arwen?
well, I get every time I bring it up, I always get the same response, and people just not getting it and have to re-explain it and re-explain it and re-explain it, and no result. They
Okay, I
just
have to
don't
then
hear it.
I
They
have
just
to eat
keep
my words based on that,
regurgitating their
Arwen.
own
So
thing.
hold on, everyone, hold on. I know just Bill just wants to get a word in. Maybe being more aggressive is the right answer than Adam. If it is just a thing, it's like we should know this and we should be a bit bullshit, perhaps. I don't know. Go ahead, just Bill.
Yeah, while having a conversation on 24/7, I had made the statement, or the stated the fact that gas is weightless. Miggy decided to jump on that and challenge me on it. It was quite ridiculous, but it happened, and Jedi was there. I actually trying to highlight to Miggy that gas is weightless, but I don't know. Miggy held on to it. And then there was another instance also of the sun, moon, and stars rising in the east and setting in the west. Miggy seemed to have a big problem with that as well. He claimed retrograde motions, and he could see retrograde motions, and we could all observe retrograde motions.
We can. What's the problem there? What do you mean?
You can't. No, you can't. You can't. You just see. I mean, you could plot it out, and you could, but you don't
Oh,
actually
I see
see.
what you're saying. In context, you're saying we don't get to physically see them going backwards. They just reset in a position slightly further back the next night, so that we don't actually get to see the
Right.
quote unquote motion. It's inferred. Therefore, you're saying you don't get to, and he's saying, okay, let's not convolute it too much. Okay, so you're suggesting that
Sure.
in this respect, you ended up in a debate with Miggy specifically in this instance about gas having weight. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised.
Yes. I know. I was too. Yeah.
Okay, well, Kiwi's already said he's already all over this, so it's his mate. It won't be an issue.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I
Miggy's
don't.
ace.
The only issue
Like I
that
said,
still
I
remains.
wasn't there for any of this.
No. Well, I think I can't remember if it was Adam or Brian that raised this as an issue. Like for this to need Huey to be going in, or Adam to go moving in, or whoever that has stature. It's like that sounds like a bit of an issue that Paul in this instance didn't just manage to make his point, or just Bill in this regard didn't win the wrangle dangle. When to us it's all glaringly obvious. I know Arwen's contextualised it like it's him that's not seeing it. I know it is obvious for Arwen, and I'm more than content to say that for him. It is obvious in that regard. We're all saying gas go down, go boom boom in the most sarcastic tone we can muster. Arwen joins in.
yeah, but
Oh, Owen's not
What I'm
saying that,
saying is it's
Nathan.
I
actually
He's
know, I know.
adding.
really
I
wrong.
asked him contextually for what the
No,
word on the
no,
street was. That's all. And Owen gave it me
no,
like the word on the street. That was all it was.
no, no. There's a bit you're missing. We've been trolled 2 weeks ago, me and Arwen. Other bits of trolling, all on this topic, and it's a point that his chat, in terms of the not regulars are prompting. It's a point that this stimulates a bit of extra subscribers in Arwen's chat. It's something we've been monitoring for the past week or so. Yeah, this topic is very strange, which is why I kind of was triggered when I hear that would be a problem for the moderators, Brian's presentation in this server.
Oh, well,
And I'm
I
thinking,
can explain
why?
that. Oh, that's easy to explain. The majority of the people who will be frequenting the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord server will be Ethereum. And he has to go down and go boom, boom. So, absolutely, Adam, in the same respect that it's just a massive problem in the respect of Brian's presentation on this show, it's going to be a massive problem for a Discord server moderator. Just chill, I'm nearly there. It's a massive problem, as you say, for a Discord server moderator, because they've got to keep, if they're trying to keep the peace, a happy crowd that's in the majority that think gas go down, go boom, boom. That's the bottom line, isn't it? That's what he's got to try and keep.
Right.
Yeah.
So concession of standards is your accusation to the moderator. Yeah, because my point was Arwen's getting triggered. There's an extra bit of activity specific on this in Arwen's channel, and he's having to spend a lot of time and doing a decent job, as I applauded him for today. Yeah, explaining our position on this, which is, as he says, I've been doing this for years. Yeah. So my confusion is why there isn't, in a Flat Earth Discord server, when we get to this topic, this being a solid topic like one of those three things. Why would it be a problem, Brian's presentation, in that server?
That was the initial. I just told you.
So they're not.
No,
I'm not sure if they're in great numbers there.
No,
There's lots of ether
stop,
but
stop. Who's got more experience in here in 24/7 in this room right now?
You probably.
No one other than you.
Brian.
You and me.
No, Huey.
Despite everything.
Huey,
Hold
it's
on.
not you and me.
Hold on. Hello. Who's despite everything? He said me.
Yeah, no, I said you QE.
Oh.
First, for sure, more than me, and then me. Maybe even Vlad, I could say, and maybe even it's 4-3 into break even maybe.
It doesn't matter. Let's find out the reason for the appeal to experience fallacy. So
it's not an appeal to experience. I know what goes on 24/7. Yeah, it's not a fallacy. You guys are fucking smoking shrooms.
Stop swearing.
So the major people in there. I've already been in there for possibly better than 5 years. Now I know Indio. He's the server owner, right? I've known numerous moderators in there. I know Jetty, and I call him Jetty's Jedi. Miggy. There's a couple other moderators. The really big guys. They're trying to keep the server clean, right? And they're always on the lookout for the Etherites because they don't tolerate those idiots anymore. Now, some of the other moderators do. The real low-level ones that always go in there when Miggy's not there or Indio's not there or any other moderators. But for the most part, the big wigs in 24/7 are us, essentially. So let me just put that. You got the atmosphere now, right?
Nathan was right then. He's infected with Ethereans.
No.
Yes.
Wait, that's what you just said.
You just said it.
That's what you just said.
Exactly what you just said.
No, it's not. Are you fucking ignorant or drunk?
Please stop swearing. You said there are low-level moderators who will tolerate them in there. That's what you just said.
Yeah, but what about the other big wig ones? They don't tolerate ether at all. Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, what QE is trying to say. Hang on, Adam, please.
No, Brian, no.
Please.
No,
QE, you're right. It's too inaudible. Just let Brian sound like he's more confident.
They keep moderators employed doing it, as you just testified to. right? They keep those moderators that do allow it in position as moderators. Therefore, infested. Nathan's
They
right.
don't know about these. There's so many moderators on that channel, and Indio, they can't keep up.
I
I've
know
had-
about it, and it's not
Okay,
my
please,
channel.
please,
Shit,
Adam,
man.
But they will pull
finally,
them up.
can hear you
They
nice and
will.
clear. Brian, go ahead.
They will pull them up, guys.
Hang on, let me just clear up here. There's a problem. Number one, the problem was that Miggy was having an issue and contesting when Just Bill said that air gases are weightless, right? Now, Miggy is not an Ethereum, so who gives a damn if some low level moderators sometimes will let the Ethereum speak when the main moderators are constantly on the lookout for him, as is proven by QE's testimony.
Fine,
Who cares?
Okay.
Right?
I'll rescind my comment. It's just me postulating that as a result of the server, and this is just by pure numbers, it's going to be populated not by the moderators and the whim at the moderators and the views of the moderators. The majority of the people in the server are going to be Ethereum. Now, I have then ascribed that to being a discipline issue within the server, QE saying otherwise, because of the will of the moderators. Fine, if that's the way he views it. It's not the position that just Bill and Paul would take, because they've had a different experience with Miggy specifically. But he is one of the big moderators, which is obviously causing contention. Okay, fine. Despite everything, go ahead. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I have. I'm there like in last 3 years every day. And if people want to speak about, yeah, there is happening, everything is happening there, from claiming everything, from all that things. But the most things you can say that the people who you recognize, also what QE pointed out, the moderators, you can recognize that because, for example, QE is bigger also for that because he was yeah. But mostly, I can tell you that the people are saying the same things what you are saying on FAD. That means that Ether will not pass. That means all that bullshit will not pass without experiment. We are speaking about Miggy. Miggy will not allow even to speak flat earther because he wants first proof of the globe. Then you can speak whatever you want. For example, speaking about Miggy, you can catch now Miggy. Like, for example, Nathan, I will maybe give you some stupid example in this case. Oh, Miggy said this. One time in the past, Nathan said some bullshit. And Red Record took that bullshit because Nathan said because it was fast question. It was how much, wait, I know, and you will, Nathan, recognize this. How much you have the kilometers in one
meters in a kilometer.
in 1 meter, yeah. And you didn't think immediately. You said 1,000, and they catch you for that, and they made the videos about it. Nathan, that flat earther, how you can they made the videos about it. How you can believe the guy who is speaking something about flat earth, and he said that in 1 meter you have 1,000 kilometers. It's 0.1. But that's the catch.
What's your point? You keep saying the same thing over and over. What?
Yeah, my point is, if Miggy said that what he said about weight, wow, let's fucking burn him and put him on the cross. But on the other 99%, that guy, it's on the point every time, like you are, Nathan.
Yeah, Miggy's not the issue here. You need to find somebody else because most of you guys don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
And 24/7, it is good.
Hold on. That's not what I raised an objection to, and for the point to be under discussion that's that now is incorrect. I reiterate the point. I think it was Just Bill said that Brian's presentation, a number of moderators in the server would have a problem with that. I think we've got to the understanding as to why there are a number of them that clearly are Ethereum. So why would that have correlation? Because Ethereum,
no.
well, that's the allegation. It's not
That's
against
incorrect.
Miggy.
No, that's incorrect, Adam. You have a fact incorrect. Just Bill
bit?
said that Miggy personally took up a problem with him when he said gas was weightless.
That was a separate allegation and raised after the point. The initial point that I raised objection to, why we're here, was that your presentation, a number of moderators would have a problem. Now, that's the issue that I see, that we have a server where something as factual as this, moderators are in a position that they would allow that to be a point of
Yeah, but
contention.
that's a hypothetical claim.
Not a hypothetical claim.
Yeah, they
It's
said
the
that.
whole point
He
of why
said
we're
that a
talking.
number of them would have a
All right,
have a
make
problem.
it
That's
about Miggy then.
hypothetical. Holy
It's
Make it
fucking
about
shit,
Miggy then.
Adam.
to a lot of people,
Well,
including
my
moderators.
Owen, let me address Q. And make it about Miggy, which is not my point. Miggy's entitled to whatever view he wants. I was discussing frustration about a server that's moderated, that's supposedly flat Earth, where that is a point of contention, whether
A
gas has weight or not.
potential point of contention, Adam.
Well, then let's put it back to Just Bill. Take it away from Miggy's and anything personal. Is that correct? Would that be a point of contention?
But it's not
in the
personal,
server?
Adam, for him to state that. I'm sorry now. You can't say take it away from that personal. It was Mickey specifically who took up umbrage with Just Bill saying that there was weightless. I mean, that's not personal. He really said that.
Well, make it personal then. I
Brian,
don't see the benefit in making it personal. I'm trying to make it about the standards of the server, not any one individual's personal view.
Can I make a suggestion here? Yeah, because I've been on a lot of flat Earth servers, yeah, and I will say that 24/7 is the best server I've been involved in. They're the server that doesn't really have too much of a click, where most people get in to have a conversation. You won't get that in other servers. Yes, there's certain points they like to stick to, and yes, they will pull up these flat earthers that they believe are going off track, speaking about ether, speaking about the wrong topics. Maybe there's a glober in there that's beating them. You know, they will pull these things up, but overall, in general, we've got a lot of different people in there. You know, a lot of different personalities. There are going to be different beliefs where if people believe they can bring it up, if there's a mod not in there that's going to correct them, they may. But in general, overall, it's probably the best flat Earth server and the most welcoming flat Earth server that I've been involved in. And if anybody's got any questions or issues or contentions here, I would suggest you just jump in and talk to Miggy and the boys one-on-one, straight up. And I think that everything would be cleared up quite easily. And for, you know, Just Bill and you guys, I know you guys as well, and Paul, and I don't think it's personal. Yeah, I had a Bible debate once with Miggy on the Bible, and he turned on me like a glober. Yeah, we were debating. We had clipcord there ready to catch me getting my wig snatched. Now at the end of it, we both came to a bit of a stalemate, and then the following day, Miggy's like, "Hey AJ, how you going? Yeah." If you take offense to these things, sometimes I think offense is taken unnecessarily. Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, but no, we're not taking offense to it. That's the problem. I don't care.
No.
Hang on. Let me just clear it up. Hang on. I don't care how good it is. I'm not taking offense to it. I don't care how good it is. It should be better. If people in there are saying that air can have weight, and if Miggy, who's the main moderator in there, I don't know him myself personally, but I know of him for years and years and years and years, then that's a problem. Adam is correct.
Okay,
AJ,
well, just for AJ's benefit, right? Hold on, Adam. Just for AJ's, hold on, Adam. Just for AJ's benefit, right? I don't want you to perceive what we're doing when we critique this as making a mountain out of a molehill or decrying the whole 24/7 Discord server. That's not what's happening. You know, when we get hyper specific about something that we feel is important, the stress on its importance won't decry any of the fantastic work that goes on at Flat Earth 24/7 Discord server. And QE's reiterating over and over again, look, this is a buddy of mine. I can just talk to the guy, don't worry about it. Yeah, but that's not going to change the fire in Adam's loins when it comes to this. Because if he didn't have that, it would eventually just get brushed under the carpet, and then eventually it could become a big problem. And that's why QE keeps saying over and over again the potential of a problem. And then we go around in circles, getting it back onto somebody specific.
Yes.
But just want to reiterate that.
I understand that. I completely understand. But what I'm saying is, why don't you just jump in and have a chat with them all, and have a chat with Miggy and actually see where he stands?
That makes no difference to the position, does it? The question isn't what can I do in the future. Question I was asking, clarity, because I'm not throwing accusation, was are there moderators that actually hold a position that due to dielectric acceleration, air has a downward acceleration?
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who've tuned in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hope you're smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Of course, a massive thank you to today's Ballbusters Discord panel for making today's after show possible. Once again, I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.